Konnichiwa, everybody. Konnichiwa. Hello. Good morning, good morning. It's getting cold here. Oh, my fingers are really cold. Yeah. Oh, I went outside to go do some shopping last night. I got a really good deal on soap. Sorry, I'm really excited because I got some good deals on soap. Rafa, okay, 2 months. Glad to be back in this cozy place yet again. Let's go. It dropped down to about 1 degrees Celsius last night, and man, I'm gonna be real. I'm okay with 1 degree Celsius. That's fine, but the fact that it was windy, it was probably like the biggest issue. It just there was something about the fact that all the wind, like the clothing that I wear is kind of puffy, so it keeps me warm by creating like that nice little air pocket around me. But with the wind, it kept blowing away that air pocket, so it didn't matter like how much I moved around. It just kept freezing. It was really cold. But yeah, has it started snowing? No. Hope it's a good scent of soap. It actually doesn't really smell like anything. If anything, it's like linen, like soft linen. Can I feel like that? So it's nothing. It doesn't smell too much. That's good for me because I have a sensitive nose. So if there are lots of strong smells, like it gets really weird. I don't know. Like it gives me headaches if there's strong smells. But yeah. I thought you preferred the cold. I do, but not when it's windy, because then it just gets freezing. I gotta wear 2 layers now instead of just 1. Like newly washed laundry, kind of. Yeah. I would die in 1 degree weather. I wanted there to be snow. A multi-stream, yeah. I have personal thoughts about multi-streaming, but I realized that the multi-streams I do have, I haven't really multi-streamed at all because I don't really think multi-streaming is that effective, but I don't really have a way to keep multiple channels alive. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of brain juices keeping channels alive, especially multiple ones. Like I had a TikTok and then I realized like doing everything all together was just overwhelming and I couldn't afford to just outsource it by like commissioning stuff. But yeah. Hello, Gavis Battle on YouTube. Is that the Gavis Battle of HOLOSTARS English at YouTube? Also x.com/Gavis Battle. Is it Gavis Battle on x.com or is it I think they got rid of the twitter.com, so you have to say x.com now, because if you go on Twitter the domain doesn't shift over or something like that. Hello, Battalion. Oh wait, hold up. I'm mispronouncing all the fandoms, like Shiori's fans yesterday, so I gotta call you guys something incorrect. That still kind of sounds Bit Lions. Hello, Bit Lions. I have to mispronounce everyone's fandoms now. Yeah, Bet Lions. Yeah, you guys are lions. Rawr. Come into my neck of the woods, expected to get 2 to 3 feet of snow. Oh my god, wait, that sounds like a lot of fun. I want snow. As someone who used to live in Elysium, where it's kind of tropical there, well, not tropical, but it's like Mediterranean there. It's not. I don't really get too much snow. Yeah, rawr. YouTube is messing up for me. I have a Twitch coin now. Ah, no. Well, I guess that's one of the benefits, right, of multi-streaming. If YouTube is, for example, I know some people get bonked with shadow bans, because every now and then I'll see a koi, and then they'll be like account name, and then account name _2, because their YouTube shadow banned their first account, so they have to switch over to a secondary account. I don't know why that happens, but I guess multi-streaming also helps now, for you guys to load the video and for you guys to also show up in chat. A regional issue? Hey YouTube, I think one of your regional CDNs exploded. Oh no, that's what it is. Has an issue on EU NA side? Ah, man. Okay. Well, I'm gonna try to do some more multi-streaming, just to give you guys an extra place to check out the streams without like jump to a different video server. But I know I shouldn't be just multi-streaming. I have to be planning like separate, unique content on each platform, because the culture of each platform is different, and you gotta respect the viewers on there, and it's a lot of work. Seems to be better now. It wasn't just me. Tascabru. Multi-streaming, yeah. Sevets Fantasia. Quitty, thanks for the 3 months. Thank you. Ah, man. I don't. Gonna be real. When I played Scene Investigators and I saw the tutorial, it was like, oh, there was a robbery, and here's some information about the robbery, and I was like, all right, cool, like I can do that. Robbery is fine. And then the scenario that we jumped into was a lot heavier than I expected it to be, and so I'm a little bit cautious about what the next scenario is gonna be. Man, I find the YouTube content translate well to other sites, just the other way around. It's a little harder. I see. I gotta do shorts again, but I can't afford to commission a shorts editor, so I gotta do it on my own. And I gotta get DaVinci Resolve installed again. What are they at now? 19? Resolve DaVinci Resolve 19 or something like that. 18? I think I used 17 a couple years ago. But yeah. Wow. I've had issues watching YouTube the last few days, lots of buffering. I wonder what's going on. I know I had some issues watching a couple of the other voice streams. I was trying to keep up with Ruse on his vintage story stuff, and Hakka a few times as well, but I also got some buffering, but it wasn't too bad for me, so I thought it was just my own connection and not like YouTube servers. Asking your ghost roommate to edit those clips for you. God, I wish. Do I have to buy them a new PC? Because buying a PC is so expensive right now. Into DaVinci, it's the wee. Man. All right. Buy the mini PC. The mini PC is also expensive as well. I'm gonna have to budget out any big purchases down the line. I just got hit with the rent check, or the rent payment that staff side was like, okay, you stayed at the company apartments, you got to pay the rent now. And I was like, yeah, that's cool. And then I saw the number and I was like, oh, that's a lot more than I expected it to be, but it's okay, we ball. But yeah, everything is expensive. It is. Just finished watching your last stream. I was hoping to catch you during this again. Yeah, I'm excited. We're doing this next week as well. Okay, here, let me just hop into the scenarios and show you guys. We're doing this next week. It's gonna be good. Okay, so we got an A on missing. We're gonna be doing the 4th floor today, and then next week we're gonna be tackling Bloodbath, which is the highest difficulty so far. And then I'm guessing there's gonna be like another scenario here, another case file, but I don't know if it's gonna be like just one really difficult one or another one of these like 3-parters, but we'll see what happens when we unlock this one. In Japan, you gotta pay key money, gift money, stuff like that. Yeah, key money, gift money, agency fee, the insurance fee. Like there's the 1 month extra move-in fee, whatever, and just a whole bunch of fees. If it's missing 1 star difficulty, I wonder if the max will be like, right? This one was already pretty challenging. There was a few things I got a little bit confused in the second scenario, and that was only 1 star too. So I'm curious how much more involved this 1.5 is going to be, and then the 2. Ooh, meep. We give it a 30 months. Okwidi. Isn't that like a gratuity thing there too? Yeah. There's a lot. But it's okay. I've been budgeting, and we can tank it for a month. I'm really excited because I've heard news that that Haka you got to the health stuff, and I got to the health stuff, and I think the rest of the boys also went to their health stuff too. At least the ones here in Japan, and we're like, yeah, we're gonna. So in Japan, when you take a health exam, you get graded on it. All right, you get graded on the like results overall. Like you get a A through D, I believe, or an A through F. There's no like permanent record that your school gives you, and you get to go take it to like health college or whatever, and your GPA or whatever. But it gives you a nice little snapshot of like where you are right now, and I'm really excited because like once the boys get their own places, we're gonna have like a little inter tempest challenge, just to see who could raise the grade up as high as we possibly can. So like, I'm looking forward to it. Can't really fail your exam. No, you can. Well, you're not failing it, but it's more of like a, hey, you received a D on your health exam. Please, eat a better balanced diet, eat some more vegetables, exercise a bit more, watch your cholesterol. If you need medication, please take your medication to make sure that you don't develop hypertension or diabetes or whatever. It's mostly just to put you on notice about what's going on, so that you don't end up falling down into even greater health concerns in the future. It's less of the way that I see it is less of a grade and more of like a little alert system of like, hey, you're fine right now, you don't have to worry. Or like all the way on the other side, it's like, hey, you should start being more concerned about your health, and like the habits you have right now may put you in danger soon, So it's more like that. Srinugami, thank you for the 2 months. Okwedi on Twitch, thank you. What's below an F? I don't think there's anything below an F. I believe F is just like, you are in danger. Please make sure you follow all health advice and instructions from your doctor, or something like that. If you have annual PEs and cover, you be strapped if your package includes a CT scan. Strapped? Wait, in a good way? I'm sorry. Wait, I don't know. In my mind, when you say strapped, it's either you have a firearm on you or you have a strap on. So I don't know what you mean by strapped for. In strapped for cash. Okay, that's right. That's another use of the word strapped. Right. There are 3 different ways to use the word strapped. But yeah, it'll be fun. I won't get my full results until like 2-3 weeks, I think they told me. So basically like sometime in mid-February, but we'll see. It'll be so good. So American Pill, my brain jumps to gun. Same. A- artist. No, I got a B+ for my blood exam. Wow. I am sipping on coffee because I'm like really tired. Give me a minute. I want to wait for the caffeine to kick in. Wow. Hopefully it's all good. I hope so too. This is probably really bad to admit. Sorry. This is probably bad to admit, but I have not gotten a full health screening in 12 years. Almost, well, 13 technically, because now we're in 2026. But like, it's been over a decade since I've had a full health screening. So I don't know what to expect. Mamoros, okay, think of the 27 months. Taking care of a very sick baby sister. I'm also very sick. Can I get well soon? Get well soon, Mamoros. Take a koi B. Wishing you good health and a quick recovery. Pat, pat, pat. Thank you so much for the membership, Okwedi. Shinri, what? Understandable, healthcare is insanely... It is insanely expensive, okay? And I was on public healthcare, so whenever I signed up for it, they're like, we can't see you, but we might be able to schedule you in for a doctor's visitation. Not even the checkup, the visitation in like 4 months from now. And I was like, I don't know if I can survive for 4 months, but we'll see. And then the visitation happens, and then like, yeah, we don't have any slots open until like November of next year. And it's like, so I just never got around to doing it. Yeah. Have you if you work by yourself a lot and the US is dangerous? Yeah, it is. It's spooky. It's spooky. All right. The 4th floor. Are we ready? Remember, Koi's, y'all are my partner. We're like a buddy cop duo. I'm the serious one, and you guys are Chris Tucker. All right. That's the dynamic we got going on. We're solving this case together, and we're bouncing ideas off each other, and you guys are the ones cracking jokes while I'm like, what happened here? We need to, like, you know, it's like Rush Hour. I'm Jackie Chan. I'm focused on the mission. I'm focused on the task and the duty and the investigation, and you guys are just saying out of pocket shit all the time. Rush Hour. Yes, you guys are Rush. We are the Rush Hour. Jackie Chan and Chris Tucker. Man, like their stuff was great. Some of the stuff is like really racist though, which like makes sense for the comedy of its time, but like it probably wouldn't fly nowadays. But like, man, back then, like they were really not holding back on it, because I had recently rewatched it, but man, I am me and you are you. Oh my god, that one. It's stupid, but I really like that. I really like bits like that. Like the Who's on First? That one's a classic. I love Who's on First. It's really silly, you know? But yeah. It was really good natured. Yeah, they weren't taking it too seriously. They weren't like meaning it didn't feel like it was trying to make some like judgment call. It was just like, oh hey, it's a thing that happens with folks. But yeah. All right, let's go. The 4th floor, apartment 401. Oh wait. Wait, it just had on all the same floor, like neighbors? What the heck? Oh, it's probably going to be another one of those scenarios that are all connected to each other then. Okay, let's go.
Loading complete. Good luck.
Hold up, I think my AC is really loud, so let me turn that off real quick. Okay. Situation. Late in the evening, a family home was broken into. The neighbor residing next door reported hearing multiple gunshots and dialed 911 to inform the authorities. What was left was a gruesome scene. By carefully examining the details of the scene, can you piece together what happened? A family home was broken into, but multiple gunshots. They were home when it happened? Oh, hey, it's a familiar scene. Look at that. All of us in an elevator again. Hey. What's a fish like you doing in an elevator like this? Y'all come here often? All right. Hang on. I want to check it out. 402, 403, emergency exit. Okay. 401. Was this the house that was... Yeah, this is the one that was broken into. What? Through the baby room? The baby's gonna be fine, right? Oh, it must have been through the emergency exits. Like the fire escape? They climbed through the fire escape? And then they came here. Dang. Ugh. Is that? No, that's just cracks on the bullet, right? Just damage and deformations on the bullet because it hit the wall. Oh no, that... It went through someone. Oh. Must have gotten shot in the hip around here. Two shots. Okay, gamers don't look up. Okay, so there's no gunshots above. So they were standing here, shot once, fell down to the ground, came over, shot again in the head. What? How would the shooter have come in here? Managed to get inside all the way here from this angle to fire the gun in this direction? Was it someone they knew? A battery, some chains, jewelry, an old school pencil sharpener. Ooh. All right, first things first. Let's see if there's a phone or a computer device. All right. Oh wait, hold up. Notepad. Where's my notepad? Okay. Notepad acquired. You should turn on the AC because I hear the PC. I'm sorry, my PC is just really loud. I have to figure out a solution for that PC, but it's super loud. I'm so sorry. All right, let's see. June and July 2004. Okay. What were they looking for? The thing is, there's like jewelry here, so I don't think it was a regular burglary. I think there was... Oh. A 9mm? From a handgun? That's a pen. I wonder if it wouldn't... Well, maybe? Like, if you shot from here? The ejected cartridge would be out here, the casing. It would just eject from the gun, and then like bang, and then it flies out of the gun this way, because it generally pops out to the right side. All right, let's see. June 15th. From Loris. Hey, you did all you could. There was nothing more you could have done. Personally, I'm glad it's over. I don't care if he stays in jail or not. He can rot in there for all I care. And I feel like you need time to heal and move on. If you need to talk or need help with the kids, you know how to reach me. You did all you could. There was nothing more you could have done. Personally, I'm glad it's over. I don't care if he stays in jail or not. So it's about someone. Okay, so the owner of the inbox, a communication with Loris about a third person who's currently in jail. Okay. Third person in jail, he pronouns. Okay, so that's a male that we're looking for. Regarding July schedule, Stacy. Hi, Mr. Peterson, or Mrs. Peterson. Mrs. Peterson. Okay, so owner is Mrs. Peterson. Mrs. Peterson. Unfortunately, wait, so I wonder if this person in jail is like, what their relationship is. Family? Partner? Someone close? Family, partner, friend? Someone, it's a close relationship with the person. Hi, Mrs. Peterson. Unfortunately, I won't be able to help you this month as I'll be out of town for most of July. However, I do have a friend who I think would be perfect for the job. She has a good track record, and I can personally vouch for her. Her number is 212-888-2853. Okay. This is from Stacy. I'm guessing a job. Stacy, some kind of a job? Contractor? Recommends number 2853. NYMB NIM support concerning changes to your NIMBA account. What the heck is a NIM account? Hello, Mrs. Peterson. We received your request to change your address and name. We have processed the change to your address. Queens, New York. Updated address will show up on your next bank statement. However, in order to properly have your name changed, we will have to ask you to stop by a local branch with a legal government issued ID. Apologies for any inconveniences, and thank you for choosing New York Mutual Bank. Name and address change. Okay, so I'm piecing it together. This person, I'm guessing, is a partner, like ex-husband now, and the divorce is messy, which would lead to the address and name change, right? Bank, address, and name change. So that I'm guessing this is the new address, changing from something to I'm just gonna write Queens, New York, because I don't know how much information I need to collect from this one. Just Queens, New York for now. We can come back to it and reference it later. Alto Home Care. Hi, Brenda Peterson. Okay, Brenda Peterson. Unfortunately, your schedule changed slightly. With the care center being understaffed at the moment, we'll have to ask you to come in on Wednesdays and Thursday. The hours will still remain your standard hours, 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. Oh, she works at home care, Alto Home Care? Like a care facility? Has a work schedule, but we're gonna add Wednesday and Thursday to it. Thursday, 1 p.m. to 7 p.m. And this took place July 1st. So all dates after July 1st, we're gonna 2004. So all dates after July 1st, we're gonna include Wednesday and Thursday as part of their work, or maybe just the week preceding or the week following this. Hospice, visiting nurse, something like that. Yeah, some kind of a divorce. Nine and a half, women's. It wouldn't make sense for the husband to break out of prison and then manage to make their way all the way here and then kill her, right? It's not so fantastical that like break-ins would happen in that way. Oh. A restraining order. Okay. Restraining order. Name of the protected person, Brenda. Ah, this is... Oh, Jesus. Oh, we... Oh, my God. TRO filed February 17th of this year, 2004. And she has a baby crib in the next room, so she must have been able to get custody of it. But it was only a couple of months ago, because this was filed in February, and the emails are from June, July. It's only been like, what, 3 months, 4 months? Name of the protected person, Brenda, represented by Stanley Colt, by Bradley and Colt firm. Got that. Restrained person, Clyde Kent Peterson. Clyde Kent Peterson. This must be the person who's in jail right now. Male, 6'5"? Jesus. 204. Relationship, ex-husband. There it is. That is scary. Someone 6'5". Let's see. 204. Additional protected persons. Greta. Oh, they have a child. Oh, no. Greta Peterson, 7 years old. Daughter. Expiration date expires next year. Okay. Man. Okay. Temporary restraining order. Restraining order was filed when? February? And then in June, so Feb to June, sometime within this time period, Clyde was jailed. Okay, what else do we have? Contacts? Do we have the information about 2853? 2853, Lillian Choi. Okay. Lillian Choi, got that. Gabriel Martinez, plumber. James Gunther, Emma Franklin, Harold Jenkins, Ward Tyler. None of the other names seem to be important to us at the moment. Okay, what is this? 5 a.m., wake up, 100 milliliters of milk. Poop and pee, nap. Oh, these must be the logs for baby? Greta is 7 years old. You wouldn't be taking logs of this from Greta for a 7-year-old. So sometime between the restraining order and now, she must have had a new baby. Another one? Yeah, it's gotta be, right? Unless it was an accident? I don't know, 2 gunshots don't seem like an accident. Yeah, there's a crib. Makes sense unless she's a caretaker. This seems to be her personal contacts. So this would be like a personal note, personal log record. So here, I'm gonna write down Brenda and then 7-year-old Greta. And then a new child, infant, unknown age, but very young. These are like, to take notes, like, down to the minute. Like a 9-minute nap, threw up a little, pee, nap, milk, sleep, woke up, back to sleep. Reminder, more formula, more diapers. Make appointment with doc for Sarah's oh, Sarah. The new child is Sarah, okay. So we have 2 children, Greta and Sarah. Buy Greta more paint. Sign Greta's Farms. Buy new Tupperware. So Greta must sleep here, and then Sarah must sleep here. Oh? Baby monitor. Yes, she can. The lone trumpet fish. Vacuum versus dog. Harry and the red crayon. It's actually a little dark for me to read. The deer. What's his name? The deer love cloud watching. Justin goes to the dance. Johnny and the mutant cat. The princess saves the day. Warrior of the South Pole. Bob the Blob. Oh, that's my favorite. Bob the Blob. Detective Kate and the mystery of the what? Detective Kate and the mystery of the empty elevator? Mystery of the wrong... I can't read that. What does it say? Oh, the moving... the moving mannequin. Ooh, eerie. The flower girl. Oh, I love these. Like Nancy Drew, yeah. Blob the Bob, I'd read that. Paintings. I'm gonna hope that Greta and Sarah are fine. Scoutineers, Camp Sunshine. Oh, that looks like fun. Held at the Wood Creek campsite, a summer camp for elementary and middle school kids, middle school students all across New York State. Come have fun with kids from all over the state. July 4th. It would have been a couple of weeks from now. Ah, man. Ready to go glamping? Sarah. Date? Oh, so she's like she's like barely a year old. Was born last year, July 22nd, 2003. So like less than 1 year old Sarah. At time, 5:23 p.m. 6 pounds and 8 ounces. Man. Not gonna lie, if we had Columbo here, we'd already found out who the killer is, and the rest of the case making the killer slip up and expose themselves. Man. I really hope it's not. I really hope it's not the mother. I'm gonna believe that she did some like really cool kung fu magic and kicked, and then the body is the intruder. All right. I don't see any particular markings on it. It looks like the very last call was 911. Enter desired phone number and press OK to pick up receiver to call. They dialed 911 and then picked up the phone, but it looks like that was it, because that's the last number that was inputted. Yeah, she tried to call 911. Call logs. Yesterday. And then these are all today. 9 a.m. I'm not sure what the relevance this might be, but let's go ahead and just write down a log of who she called. 2013 called yesterday. And then 4182 2853 7634 0129. Called at 9:25 a.m., 10 a.m. sharp, 11:21 a.m., and then the last call was at 12:15. So like everything was done in the morning and early afternoon. And then let's go double check with their contacts. 2013 called Harold yesterday. Harold Jenkins. 4182 is not a listed number here, so we don't know who she called in the morning. 2853 is Lillian Choi. 7634 is not a listed number, so we don't know who that was that she called. 0129. No, so we don't know who that caller was. Harold Jenkins. Could be family, possibly. I'm not sure if it's important right now, but we'll collect the information just so that we have it for now. What are these papers? Medical clinic receipt. Prepared for Grace Peterson. An x-ray ultrasound. Oh, these must be for July 23rd. Oh, vaccination. Okay. So like 2 years before the incident. Field day. Oh, must be for Greta. Is that supposed to be resume? Resume? Chemical blood report, or just random papers? Medical records for the baby, yeah. Change of name address for active employees. Department of Budget and Management. Employee benefits decision. Ah, yeah, she did change it. A 1040 form for taxes. Ooh. Wait, this is like super. Oh wait, is that a phone? Oh no, that's just a compact. Okay. It's like really detailed. That's gonna come soon. No, don't remind me. I don't wanna think about taxes. Tickling my brain in a good way. Yeah, this is. I really like this. Guide to using Outlook. Victim's silence, a cautionary tale. Where are they? Forest victims. Migration habits of North American creatures. History of art design. I love how these books, they're not just random books. Like, they're relevant. You know? to each of the stories. It's crazy the level of detail on this kind of stuff. Like, we know that Greta wants to go to the camp, and she paints, right? So there's like, you know, guide to using was it like this like the books about like the migration of animals and stuff, history of art design, because she wants to read up on these things that her daughter is interested in. And then in here there's all these stories, like all these like it's relevant, you know. That's so cool. Compact fell without breaking the powder, unrealistic. Ooh, a diary. Okay. They said that any detail, interactable or not, matters a lot in the intro. Each person here is treated like an actual person. It's insane, right? It's crazy. I love this. Oh my god. Okay, Greta's diary. Because I'm going to assume that Sarah, being less than 1 year old, cannot write diaries. Maybe she can, but it's not like normal, regular. Okay. June 17th. Okay, so these are really recent entries. 6/17/04. Environmental storytelling is good. Yeah. I love that there was like detective books for Sarah. Yeah. Man. Sarah's gonna grow up to be a professional detective. Let's see. June 17th. I did really well on all my tests. I studied really hard. I still have 2 more tests to go, but I want to show mommy and daddy. Maybe they'll become happy if they see how smart I am. But mommy was angry and said daddy wasn't coming home anymore. Did daddy get a timeout? Daddy wasn't coming home anymore. Wait, so that must be referencing him getting jailed, right? Clyde jailed recently. It's interesting that they mentioned that mommy was angry, not like relieved or tired, or just it specifies angry. Brenda angry. Okay. June 20th, 6/20/04. I miss daddy. Sometimes I smell his favorite bottle just to remind myself what it used to smell like. Mommy got so upset when she saw the bottle she made me throw it away. I secretly kept one. Oh no, don't tell me it's alcoholism. It's a beer bottle, isn't it? And when a kid says to remember what he used to smell like, if they smell like the bottle alcohol, it's his favorite bottle. It's not cologne, it's not like a perfume, because threw it away, I secretly kept one. It's got to be something that's abundant. It could be cologne. No, it can't be cologne is a thing. It can't be perfume. She made me throw them away. Multiple bottles. She secretly kept one. And they're all the same scent. Maybe it's Coca-Cola. I hope so, but no. With the restraining order, I think it's gotta be alcoholism. June 25th, 6/25/04. Mommy is so busy. I don't really like having babysitters. If only mommy and daddy could make up, but then it's too late. Mommy and daddy are liars. They told me I always need to make up with my friends when we fight. They told me to forgive Sarah whenever she takes and breaks my stuff, but they don't make up. Even though they aren't together anymore, I still hear them fighting over the phone sometimes. Fighting over the phone. So she's still in contact with him somehow? Mommy says she's going to keep Daddy away from us. Daddy said he's going to rescue us from Mommy. Why can't they just stay together? Ah. It's a kidnap. This isn't a kidnapping. He took the kids. Oh no. Daddy says he's going to rescue us from Mommy. Air quotes. Rescue children. No. Oh man. You think it's one of those scenarios? Let's see if we can find a bottle. That's the diary. It's really dark. I can't see much down here. Hang on. Let me see if I can adjust my brightness on my monitor. Okay, there we go. I don't see the bottle that was hidden. No. Oh. Oh, I'm worried. New York Public Library. No signature though. Metro Pass. This can't be either of the girls. This has to be Clyde's, right? (806) High Crest Street, Queensdale. Oh my god. He knows the information, just not the order for the specific address, and he managed to find it. Okay, so Clyde's wallet. List of addresses. Searching. Because this is searching behavior. This is, I know the number of the house. I know the numbers of the address, but I don't know which one it is. So he's trying out 860, 806, 680, just different combinations to see if they can find it. Anything on the back? Nothing. There doesn't seem to be any... Oh. Mr. Patrick, think of the soup. Damn, so good. That's some Sherlock Holmes, your stuff you're braiding up there in your Imperial Mind Palace. There's a rush hour wisecrack and mood break. Thank you. Thank you for the soup. Do we know when he got caught? Not that I know. We don't have information about that yet. We'll have to keep searching for it. But I think we can confirm it. 6-pack of ale for $4.99. It is alcoholism. Violent? Question mark? Drunk? Confirmed. Drunk alcoholism. When was this purchase made? June 16th or July 16th, 04. It's real recent. Yeah. The guy buys this pack, a 6-pack of beer, and smokes. He buys it so regularly, he has exact change for it. Oh my god. Right here it says he tended exactly $8.69. The dude has exact change for this combination that he always buys. He does it so regularly, he knows exactly how much it costs. That's not even like I have a 10 and perfectly came out to $10, on the penny. But no, this guy has exact change for the purchase that he makes. He does this regularly. Dang. Oh man. That's scary. Oh, what's this? AM Ale. Man. Let's go, Greta. Everything right. Greta's smart. Oh. Greta Peterson. Contractions worksheet. Rewrite the sentence, replacing the underlined words with contractions. We are going to the beach too. We're going to the beach. They'll be late again. I am having a blast. We are. Oh, I remember doing these. These are cute. I like this. She would be great for the role. She'd be great for the role. They are never on time. You shall not pass. You'll not pass. Oh, good catch. She wrote Peterson first and then scratched it out to Sherman. When was this? June 20th. So it's a really recent. June 20th. Greta's homework. Last name change. Still not used to it. Used to it. Recent. It's like when you write down 2024 instead of 2025 or 2026 now. Yeah, she erased it. Man. So Brenda's maiden name is not Peterson, but it's actually Brenda Sherman. I'm assuming she's gone back to her maiden name as opposed to having found another partner, because we don't have information about another partner, so I'm going to assume she's just going back to Brenda Sherman. Still not adjusted exactly. The grade A looks weird. I think it's just the font that they used. It kind of looks like blood, but it just might be the font that they used for it. Let's see. Oh. Is that Clyde? And that must be a photo of Greta when she was a baby. Clyde was still in the picture. Okay, physical descriptions. I mean, he's like a what? 30-year-old man, 40-year-old man. The biggest features I can see right now is that, like, blonde brown hair. Blonde to brown. It's like a light brown, actually. Light brown hair. It's hard to tell with the color of the picture, but light eyes. Light eyes. Could be brown or blue, depending on the age, like the sepia filter on this thing. Brown. It's not dark eyes, but it's like a light colored eyes. 30s, yeah, 6'5" tall, 206 pounds. Clyde's eyes are green. Wait. Oh, okay, there we go. Green. So it is a light color, just not brown or blue. Hair color is brown. Okay, we're just confirm it as brown. Okay. I wonder if there's anything else here. Outside? It's really dark out there. Oh. What? Are these Brenda's? Don't tell me she bought this after the separation. Sarah Peterson, this is a birth certificate. Greta's birth certificate. Was he that violent that she had to go out of her way to purchase a firearm for herself? Did he kill her using her own gun? Oh my god. A stack of 20s? I mean, I wouldn't keep money in the safe. Put in like a savings account. I wouldn't worry about do that, but I guess it's not too out of the ordinary to have cash. I think he may have broken in, and then Brenda may have tried to defend herself with her gun, and then Clyde overpowered her, took the gun, and then used it on her. Because the 9mm matches these bullets, and the casing on here too. Emergency cash, yeah. Medication. Miscellaneous papers. Thunder M2 Gen 3? Viper Fire 9mm. Wait, is that the same gun? Because this is Brenda's. No, she has a Terrank R9. The shape is different. Wait, did he bring his own gun in? Is that Clyde's gun? BBR. Wait, hold up. This one is a what do they call it in this one? Viper Fire. Viper Fire serial is BBR 4257. I don't think we have information about Brenda's firearm though, because we only had the instruction booklet. It doesn't say anything about the actual gun serial number on it. Exosave. I think it's just those. The 2 birth certificates, the firearm, and the bullets. The rounds in the safe are untouched. Yeah, the box isn't open. What information do we have here that could be... Okay, so this is Greta's. Father of the child, Clyde Kent Peterson. Mother, Brenda Sherman. Okay, yeah, it is her maiden name. Etch-a-sketch. I certified review. Makes sense. Certified blah 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 blah. Registered. Okay. This one? Father of child, Clyde Kent Peterson. Brenda Sherman. When was this? Where's the date? Date signed July 22nd, 2003. Huh. Peace. I just realized, hold up, we've been investigating this without knowing what the questions are. Okay, let's go look at the questions first. That way we can figure out what the scope of the investigation should be like. All right, questions. Who broke in? Number 1, who broke in? 2, who was present during the break-in? And we can have multiple present during, question mark. 3 is who was killed. And then 4, who is the killer? Okay, here's the thing though. He's in jail. How would he manage to break out? Would it have been Clyde or someone doing this on Clyde's behalf, you know? Okay, so right now, who broke into the apartment? Number 1 suspect is Clyde. Clyde Kent Peterson. Who was present here? Brenda Sherman, Greta Sherman, and Sarah Sherman. I don't want it to be like this. Who was killed? Brenda Sherman was killed. And who was the killer? Clyde Kent Peterson. This is what I'm thinking right now. I hope it's not that though. Siffy Free, thank you for the super. Thank you. We don't even know why Clyde was in jail too. I mean, we kind of have a rough guess. Alcoholism, abuse, he's physically much taller and stronger. Not even a whole bite, just a little nibble. Thank you for the super though, thank you. Aww. The price of art. Modern English dictionary. That's a huge chunky one. Enchanter beats whispers of love. Serendipity's kiss. Love in bloom. Cupid Killer 2. Death Lust. Or Death List. Moonlit Melodies. Love's Labyrinth. Star-crossed lovers. No. Passionate Promise. Heart Song. Oh my god. Man. In jail for not respecting the restraining order 2 minors or stalking can be short sentences. Exactly. We don't really have enough information right now. Love's Tapestry, Painted Love, Death and Taxes, Heart Blaster, Brushed 2-for-1. That's a lot of romance. Love in Bloom. National award-winning essays. Surviving the Titanic. Fleeing on Bikes. Coffee. How a Bean Conquered the World. I want to read that one. Surviving the Singing Forest, a Holocaust memoir. Projecting Your Ideas. Oh my god. Decline of the Family Unit. How divorce, remarriage, and marital strife harms children. She was worried about the kids. Mini-Me, coming to terms with having children with the same problems as yourself. Oh man. Silagbo, think of the super. Are you planning to play Payne's Creek Killings as well? If I recall, it's made by the same studio as this game. Yes, I have it scheduled for later in the week. Thank you so much for the super. Oh, wait, this is the triangle flag. It's a military thing, isn't it? Was her father military? Like this, you get this as a memoir from someone who's passed away during the service, or a veteran thing. I forget exactly what the circumstances are when you get one of these. A veteran mom? Yeah. That would explain the gun. She has military training. In passing, or part of the military. Yeah. I don't remember exactly what the circumstances are, but I know it's a military thing. Either military family or she herself is former military. Tale of Two Cities, Treasure Island, Odyssey, Iliad, Gulliver. Oh, classics. Designing public buildings, World of Math, iconic American mansions. Pulling yourself together, how to sustain your life. Healthy Egg. Science that changed the world, profiting off science. Personality in a home. Voice of Death, understanding the volume chart, road to self-discovery, inner peace, basics to trading. Fundamental stock. Oh, she dabbled in stocks for a little bit. Beginner's Guide to Stock Investing. Voice of Your Heart, learning to be yourself. God, I remember when I was in the self-help book phase. Man. Shadow of Time, Built for Success. The Divine Comedy. Killers with Scarves. Man. She reads a lot, yeah. Let's see. Anything else here? Just a candy bar. Oh. A professional nurse's technical manual. Oh, that would make sense because she works at a care facility, right? What else do we have here? Serene Jewelry and Loans. July 8th, 2004. One diamond wedding ring. $2,000. $2,500. She sold off her wedding ring. No, it's a loan. Is it a pawn shop? Is it a loan? It's gotta be a loan, right? You put it as a collateral? Pawned? Why would she keep it? Yeah, that makes sense. I think, yeah, it makes more sense that she would have pawned it off instead of collateral for loan. She wouldn't want it. She wouldn't want it back, right? Yeah, ex-husband probably pawned it off. Okay. The date itself doesn't really stand out to me because, you know, it could have just been like a thing, you know, thing you do afterwards. July. Sarah's birthday. I wonder what this line here is for. The line there. Let's see. It doesn't. Nothing seems to line up specifically with that. It simply just says Sarah's birthday on the 22nd. Yeah. Camping trip? 14th to the 21st. Oh, that's right. 14th to the 20. Okay, it was for the camping. And then she comes back and has a birthday for her younger sister. Okay, so the line means Greta's camping trip. Does that mean if it happened on the 16th, Greta is safe. Greta wasn't here. Greta wasn't home. Okay. Greta wasn't kidnapped. Greta's bed is made. Yeah, that's right. Oh, the detail. She wasn't home. That's why it's all clean and proper. So Sarah must have been here, and then Clyde, after breaking in, kidnapped Sarah? I'm gonna guess this looks like Brenda's diary. Okay, July 15th. Other than drinking a bit more than usual, nothing noteworthy today. She pooped once and went to sleep after I sang her a lullaby. She's super cute when she sleeps clinging her blankie. Aww. Fed her food portion, milk, diaper change, went to sleep, banana porridge, oatmeal rice. Sarah was not as fussy today. Drank the same amount as usual. However, she hasn't pooped yet. Woke up, milk, ate a bit of food, more milk, went to sleep. Banana porridge, oatmeal rice. Aww. Would he leave the carrier if he's planning on taking her? I mean, I wouldn't know if he would be thinking straight, because he could have just busted in there, had an argument, a confrontation with Brenda, shot and killed her, and then because he just committed a murder, ran out of there, just grabbed Sarah and ran. I wouldn't think he'd be like pausing to be like, I should strap her in and secure her into the little carriage, the little baby carrier, even though it's right here. But like, I don't know if he would be in the right mindset to do that. Banana oatmeal, porridge oatmeal. Feed milk at 3 p.m. Give second bottle at 7:30 p.m. Reminder that milk is in the fridge. Carry baby monitor at all times. I'll be home around 8. Brenda wasn't home at 8 p.m.? I'll be home at... Wait. Brenda at work until around 8 p.m. Wait, Brenda's at work about 8 p.m. Mommy is so busy. I don't really like having babysitters. June 25th. Greta mentions a babysitter at June 25th. June 25th. July? A new person? No! Stacy must have been the previous babysitter. Unfortunately, I won't be able to help out with you this month as I'll be out most of town. However, I do have a friend. Stacy, yeah, Stacy was a previous babysitter that Greta commented about. Last name, number is 2853, and that's Lillian Choi. 2853, right here. So this Lillian would be the new babysitter. Wait, so who was present during the break-in? Brenda was at work. So it was Lillian Choi who was here. Wrong place, wrong time. The sitter, it must have been the sitter. Oh no. So she was Greta was off at the camp. So Lillian was here taking care of the baby. Maybe she fought back when Clyde tried to break in. Yeah. And then Clyde brought a gun because he knew that Brenda is armed. She has military training, so she may have a firearm, which is why Clyde brought his. But then when he shows up, it's not Brenda, it's just some other woman who happened to be the replacement babysitter for Stacy. Oh my god, wait, that's really cute. Sorry, I wanted to admire how cute this little pillow was. Ah, that sucks. You just think it's a simple babysitting job and then all of this happens. Camp Sunshine. Informed consent on liability release. Yeah, Greta was at camp the whole time. The friend must feel horrible as well, right? Because to Stacy, this was just like, you know, oh, I'm just looking after some kids and Brenda is really sweet and the kids are great. It's not that much of it's not that big of an issue. Just go there, just chill out, watch some TV, and then you get paid for it, right? Is there anything else here? Nothing else that stands out. Okay, so we can confirm that it was just Lillian and Sarah who were here during the break-in. Brenda was out at work, Greta was off at camp. Who was killed? The only like full-size adult body outline we have is likely to be Lillian Choi's. Who was the killer? We don't quite know this yet. Clyde has a motive to break in, but we can't confirm that yet. We need to figure out exactly who broke into the apartment. Like, how... Because the wallet has all this information. The only thing that we know that links Clyde to it would be this. That he is an alcoholic who buys... Wait, no, it is AMAL, Daddy's favorite. It has to be... AML. It has to be Clyde because of the connection between Daddy's favorite bottle and then this. Okay. Who broke into the apartment? We can confirm it's Clyde Peterson who broke in because the wallet that was left over here. Who is the killer, though? Can we confirm that it was... Like, what if Lillian is a badass and took the gun from him and shot Clyde? You know, like what if Lillian is a badass, took the gun, killed Clyde, took Sarah out to safety, and now are currently at a 911 facility? Like, man, is the figure on the ground 6'5"? It doesn't look 6'5" to me. Does that look like a 6'5" body? No, it doesn't look like a 6'5". Oh my god, the poor babysitter. There would have been no one else who would have been able to commit the murder. If Clyde's the one who broke in, there's only 3 people in the unit: Clyde, Lillian, and Sarah. Which would mean that Clyde had to be the killer. All right. Let's see what we get. One out of 4 questions? Wait. We only got one of them right. Which means Lillian was a badass. Oh, please tell me. Okay. Unless Sarah became a sniper baby overnight. Okay. Maybe he shrunk due to the blood loss. Wait. Okay. Okay, good. Our initial guess wasn't correct. Wait. Hold up. Does that? Who was present during the break-in? Wait, is it gonna be a stickler about it? Like, technically, Clyde Kent Peterson was also present because he was the one who did break in. I don't know if they're gonna be technical about it. Okay. Okay, our initial guess was wrong. Carry the baby monitor at all times. Where's the other baby monitor? It was here. Strawberries. Candy. Watching television? Is it? Would it be? Would it be? Would it be normal for Brenda to allow the babysitter into her own office? Like, if you were the babysitter, because we know that Lillian was here watching television because the food that was left over here, and she had the baby monitor with her here, right? Because the instructions said carry the baby monitor at all times. So she's got this here. There's no glass being broken though. A silent entry. So there wasn't any noise. Lillian would have been here just watching. If Clyde broke in without making a sound, she may not have noticed. Well, no, like this would have made sound. right? Knocking over the planter, because there's a planter on both windows. The door opening here would have caused a noise. And then the steps go straight towards Brenda's room. And then that's what caused the baby to cry. So the noise happens. Clyde breaks in, knocks over the planter, and then hurriedly makes his way over straight to Brenda's office. Lillian gets up from her chair, comes over here. The door is open, and she wonders what's going on. Comes here. Meanwhile, Clyde has already entered and is rummaging through this looking for something. No, but the number is dialed as 911. Someone had tried to dial 911, so someone was in the office already. That alerted him. Note that he chose the window next to the nursery. Well, it could just be that the nursery was the only accessible one, because there's the fire escape right there. What time is it? The time stopped at 11:35. Wait, so Brenda could have been here. Okay, Brenda is home. Wait, so Lillian isn't here then? Brenda Sherman is home. The baby is home. If she's back by she said back by 8, then there would be no reason for the babysitter to stay another hour and 30 minutes, right? So it would have been Brenda who was killed. Maybe Lillian just left. Yeah. Okay, I want to hope that Lillian is fine. Until she heard him via the monitor. What the babysitter was with the baby, heard the break-in, ran into the study to call 911. It wouldn't make sense though, because the way that I'm seeing it is Brenda. Okay, if the incident happens at 11:35 p.m. So by this point, Lillian Choi is gone. Brenda is home alone. Brenda's sitting here watching the movie. She's got the baby monitor for herself. Clyde breaks in silently, trying to pick this thing, but doesn't realize that there's this planter over. Maybe the door was closed because she's got the baby monitor on. So maybe the planter didn't make as much noise. Plus it's carpeted. It's just soft soil. It could be that this didn't make enough noise, right? So Clyde knocks this over, comes in here, quietly opens the door. Sarah is sleeping at this time, which is why Brenda has the baby monitor, because Sarah is sleeping, right? So the door is closed. Brenda thinks Sarah is sleeping. Sarah is sleeping, has the baby monitor here just to listen for anything, right? And then Clyde quietly makes his way over here, takes a pause. You see these two footprints right here and right here, to stare at Sarah for a little bit before progressing on this way, quietly opens the door, and then walks in here. And then starts rummaging through stuff. At which point, Brenda, who's sitting here, hears the noise, comes over here, sees that the door is open, and then comes in to investigate, armed with her pistol. Because she suspects that there's been a break-in, because she didn't leave this door open. Comes in here, sees Clyde, doesn't immediately fire her weapon. Instead enters, and then they have an argument. You know, like, what are you doing here? Get out of here, blah blah blah, right? They have an argument. And then, oh, that's right, the safe is open at this time. So Clyde was in here just rummaging around. Brenda hears the noise, comes over, sees the door open, quietly walks into the kids' room, unlocks the safe, takes the gun out, and then tries to confront, notices it's Clyde. They have an argument, and then, I mean, like, normally a conversation would go like, what are you doing here? Get out before I call the cops. And then she gets ready to call 911. Clyde doesn't want that to happen, and then they fight, and then that's when the gunshots go off. Assuming Clyde is why would he rummage? He just wants the kids. Well, Greta isn't here at the time. He only sees Sarah, right? If he took the baby, wouldn't there be another set of footprints? Well, no. I mean, Clyde's footprints go directly to Brenda's room. They don't leave out here. And it wouldn't make sense that he would scoop up Sarah and then walk this way and then start rummaging through the office while holding on to Sarah. You know? Look at the ceiling. No gunshots in the ceiling. Not here. We've already checked here. That's just the light. It looks like there was only 2 shots fired. One here at the hip, and then when they fell down, shot a gunshot to the head. Can we see what's on the other closed door? No, this one is inaccessible. We can account for one of the shots. Fired like this. If that's where the person got hit, how big is the splatter? Not that big. It's a 9mm, so they would have had to been standing here-ish, like that, and got shot from there. Bullet goes through your hip, embeds in the wall. The pain causes you to drop your gun. Assuming Clyde is right-handed and holding the gun in his right hand, he gets shot in the hip. No, he's standing a little bit further to the right side because he was shot in the left. So he's holding the gun in his right hand, gets shot by Brenda, lower left hip, bullet goes through. In his pain, he drops the gun that he's holding and falls down to the ground, where Brenda kills him. Is it the same as the one in the safe? No, Brenda's gun is this model. Look at the slide at the top. Look at the design of the slide, right? How there's like little like grooves and like a cut, right? And then the gun that was left here is different. Notice the design? This is a different gun. I'm gonna go on a limb and say this is Clyde's gun that he was holding on to. The slide is different, the grooves are different. So Clyde brings that gun, but gets shot by Brenda. Brenda shot first before Clyde could and killed him. Yeah. Who was killed? Clyde. Kent Peterson. Who was the killer? Brenda Sherman. Self-defense. Who broke into the apartment? Clyde. Who was present? Brenda was watching television. Sarah was sleeping in the bed. I don't know if this game is going to be a stickler about this. Let's just do it this way. It's just these two were present during the break-in. Clyde can't be the one who broke in. Who was killed? Clyde was killed, and Brenda killed him in self-defense. Yeah, that's for her lawyer to figure out, not for us. That's what I'm thinking. The casing was matching the Luger found in the room. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's all 9mm, so trust Luger 9mm. We don't know. We don't know exactly what kind of bullet casing is in this one. Like, we can't pull it back and unload it to see, but it does match up with that. But like these, it's a pretty common. I realize the firing cap is not used. You see the little white thing in the middle right here? There should be a small dent in the middle after it goes off, because that's where like the firing cap goes off. There should be, but we can excuse the game. It's okay. For all the detail, for all the attention to detail. It would usually say on the outside of the gun these days. Yeah. I mean, this one is also a 9mm, so it's pretty. Yeah, it says 9mm right there. It's all handgun caliber ammunition. I think we got it. Here we go. One of them is wrong. Okay, wait, hold up. Is it the stickler question? Hold up. Is it the stickler one? Let me double check. Okay, we got 3 out of 4. I think the specific one is the stickler question of who was in the house during the break-in. I think okay, Clyde was present during the break-in because he is the one who did the breaking in. Let's double check. I don't know how much of a nitpicky it's gonna be. Yeah, darn it. Come on. Who was present? Yeah, the guy who broke in was present. Okay, fine. Okay, if you're gonna be that technical about it, I knew it. I had a feeling. Let's go though. Hell yeah, Brenda. Defend your kids. Okay, so Brenda kills Clyde in self-defense, takes Sarah off to safety, and Greta doesn't know, but I'm sure Brenda will fill in Greta on the details later. Okay, so man, wait, how does this all relate then? How does it connect to the next door neighbors? That's what she calls. The 911 call happened afterwards. It wasn't that she was trying to call 911 during the argument and altercation. It's she kills a man in self-defense and then calls 911. Okay, that makes a lot more sense in the timeline. I'm so happy the babysitter didn't get killed. Same. Oh man. Could you imagine though? Call 911, but not for me. Heading to bed now. Thank you for the stream, Shinri. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good eat. And they all lived happily ever after. Neophoya, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. Hope you enjoy the channel badge and the emotes. Alright. Apartment 402, the dinner party. What happened here? How does the breaking connect with a neighbor? Situation. There was a gathering of friends for a dinner party over at apartment 402. The celebration came to a halt when a lifeless body collapsed on the floor. By carefully examining the details of the scene, can you piece together what happened this dinner gathering? What? A gathering of friends. Celebration came to a halt when a lifeless body collapsed on the floor. Poisoning? I don't know if it's poisoning. Like allergic reactions, food poisonings, a heart attack. Those all have signs. You don't die and then immediately collapse. You know, like there's a bit of a struggle that you have. How? Did the bullet go through the wall? Thankfully, no. We were able to account for both bullets. One was embedded in the ground and the other one was embedded in the wall. So we can confirm that none of the bullets went through. 401 was here. The gunshot, if it went through the office wall, would have been like behind here or so. Because right behind this wall is the kitchen. So the bullet office happened around here behind the elevator. And it looks like 402 is completely clear of the bullet's trajectory. What? Peanuts? Well, no, even if you have a peanut allergy, you don't die instantly. Blood splatter. By the volume of the blood and the splash, they were already coughing up blood. There was already blood in their mouth when they collapsed. And the impact of their body hitting the ground caused their mouth to open up and then the blood splashed out. So something was going on inside them. Internal bleeding. Lungs? Bleeding lungs? It would make more sense for it to be that than internal bleeding of the stomach content. Or like a... I don't know, what's the phrase? Like vomiting of the stomach contents? Or broke his nose on impact? That's a lot of blood for a broken nose. That splash, the volume, wouldn't be from a broken nose because you would hit the ground, your nose would break, and then the bleeding would pool instead of splash. You know? Yeah, noses do bleed a lot, but nosebleeds pool. They don't splash. You would be bleeding and then it would form like a nice, clean, round puddle. I mean, like maybe it would like go along the grooves or whatever. If you hit your forehead on the tile, it's going to bleed a lot more. Well, he kind of missed. Looks like it came from the mouth. That's what I'm saying. Like something was going on that caused them to cough up blood, which means there was internal bleeding coming out, and then there was already some amount of blood inside their mouth when they died and fell down, and then the impact caused whatever was in the mouth to splash out. Was it poison? It looks like wine. Lipstick. Our victim wore lipstick, perhaps? Other wines? Huh? A napkin? Like a tea or coffee, maybe? It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 people drank wine. 1 person drank tea or coffee or some other beverage. Chocolate? It was a dinner party. I mean, they could just be non-alcohol drinkers, so like they can just choose not to drink alcohol. That's fine. What is this? A glass that broke, maybe? Any chemical analysis? Not that we know of. WPIA. Ashtray? Oh, ashtray for smoking? Perhaps. Don't ashtrays generally have a little divot where they can rest a cigarette? That looks more like a shattering, like when the glass fell and broke, as opposed to a divot for holding a cigarette. A bloody steak? I wonder if there's any food? It kind of does look like a steak, like a steak pattern. Maybe? Okay, wait. Let's just take a quick look around the entire place. Looks like a grocery list. Oh, wait, that looks really good. Oh, like a creamy, hearty carrot pea soup. And then like a, I don't know, minestrone. It's got mushrooms in it. That looks really good though. Is it a photo of real food? Da Vinci. Da Vinci. For those new, wait, hold on. New, I have to get to a new section of my notebook. Okay. For those that are new to the fine art of drinking, please follow these helpful tips. Make sure to hold the wine glass from the neck, but make sure not to hold it like a handle. Cradle the cup. For filling up the wine glass, do not fill it to the brim. A filled wine glass is 1/3 filled. This is proper etiquette. With these wine tips, you'll be flaunting yourself to high society soon. Could be like a gathering of friends who just want to be like, hey, we finally made it. Like, let's have a little party together. Area is inaccessible. Okay, so everything that happened took place here in the kitchen. Ronnie. Okay, so it looks like this is Ronnie's apartment. We can confirm it with the letter, the envelope, and the laptop being owned. Account is currently locked out. Someone tried to log into Ronnie's thing? Yeah, someone was trying to get into it. Enough multiple incorrect answers that it locks the account. Oh, exam questions. Okay. What? Wait. Evidence? Medicine bottle. Police have found this bottle at the scene of the crime. It's confirmed that the cause of death was the contents of this bottle. Wait, we have evidence in this one? Spazax. Warning, severe liver damage may occur if you take more than 4,000 milligrams of Spazax in 24 hours. Other drugs containing Spazax or with alcohol. Do not take more than 7,000 milligrams at a given time. Stop and ask a doctor if pain gets worse or lasts more than 10 days. New symptoms, internal bleeding occurs. May cause vomiting, may cause... there it is, the internal bleeding. Rito, thanks for stopping by. Hope you get some good eats and good sleeps. Alcohol, you say, but that's the thing. I think Ronnie, that's why one of the diners wasn't drinking alcohol, because they were on the medication. They're like, hey guys, I'm on these medication. I can't take alcohol, so like let's have a good night together, but I'm just gonna go and drink some tea, chocolate, coffee, water, I don't know, something else, right? That would explain it. So Ronnie would have been sitting here. So the victim might not be Ronnie, it might be someone else who drank alcohol. Blood and vomit turns black. True. Is that black? It's like a deep red. It's just darkened blood, I think. But it's just really dark. I can't really tell. The lighting is odd. It looks kind of reddish, but color theory, you know. Okay. Exam questions. All right, let's get ourselves into a good mind frame. Whoever did this sure ain't Ronnie if it was locked out of her account, right? Someone somehow managed to use Ronnie's medicine on the victim. Maybe. Could have blended it into the wine. Well, the thing is, only one person seems to have died. The others, like, that's a little under a third. So they took a sip. This one is empty. And then this one is full. Whoever drank this didn't drink it at all. If 1/3 of a glass, and they're like, this is for like, oh, if you're new to the art of fine drinking or whatever, right? A filled wine glass is 1/3 full. This is proper etiquette. They would be following along with the instructions because they're like, oh, let's pretend to be fancy today, right? So they would follow the instructions, give themselves 1/3. They drink a little bit. They drink all of it. And then this looks like they drank some of it. But then this specific glass was either poisoned with the medication, or maybe the food was poisoned by medication. And it seemed to be intentional because, well, if this is Ronnie, wait, hold up. Okay, wait. Don't get distracted. Number one, number of people in the apartment lived here. So not just visiting, not just coming around for the dinner. Who is Jessica's cousin? Jessica's cousin. 3. Who sat in chair number 4? Who was number 4? Question 4 is, who was killed? Victim. Question 5, who is the killer? All right. Ronnie Grayson. The letter West Pike Auto. We're here. We care. So this letter is addressed to Ronnie. And Ronnie's laptop is here. So number of people who lived here, at least 1, Ronnie. Okay, let's take a look at this. Ronnie Grayson. Class ID? No. New York State identification card. Huh. 5'10", blue eyes. Date of birth is 1971. This is 2004. So, it'd be what, like 33 years old? Villages Market. Oh. Wait, no, this is a different time. This is 2 years prior to the previous scenario that we did. Okay, so this one, Villages Market. Ronnie purchased this April 24th, 2002 at 5:23 p.m. So he must have purchased this on the way back home. I'm guessing the party happened that night. So he was coming back home and went out to buy the wine and chocolates. Credit card used. Last 4 digits are 0812. 0812. Nothing on the back. Hello, Raiders on Twitch. Lurk at work. Hello. Welcome. There's his card. Ronnie Grayson. Okay, so no theft. Yeah, so we can confirm Ronnie was the one who purchased the wine. Ronnie's credit card was used. Ronnie Grayson even signed it. Let's see. Lewis Hampton, attorney at law. Why would he have this? A lawyer's business card? Business card. Okay. Next one. RYT Hospital Abortion Clinic. Wait. Oh, I have an inkling. Abortion clinic. Celine's kitchen. Valet parking. Valentine's Day. Earlier that year. Wait, how does this... What? Showed up at almost 6:50 p.m. and stayed until 8:20 p.m. and then got the receipt at 8:22 p.m. Paid $15. Is it one of those I don't want the kid and his partner says they want the kid and he's like, I'm not ready to be a father yet, so I'm going to poison you so that the kid dies, but he uses way too much and causes an overdose or internal bleeding and the partner dies? Why else would he have an abortion clinic's business card in there? Yeah, that's my thought. That's where my brain goes to. Okay, Valentine's Day valet parking ticket. This seems like a regular dinner time, so like 6:50 or so, 6:50-ish to like 8:20. That seems like a dinner thing. That seems fine. Nothing suspicious about that. Like I don't think it's like cheating, because if they were with someone, like dinner time being occupied that long seems pretty standard. Could go another way where the lover wants to abort, but Ronnie prefers to keep the kid to trap the partner. Ronnie, well, we know that Ronnie has the abortion clinic's information here. Maybe. We don't know enough about this. But like the reason why I think it is because this glass has lipstick on it. So I think the victim was the one carrying Ronnie's child. And he tried to induce an abortion by poisoning her. But then why would this be here? Why would Ronnie's account is currently locked out and may not be logged into? What would this be about? Wouldn't the pregnant woman be the one not drinking though? True. Unless it was like really early on in the pregnancy and they thought they could get away with it. April, okay. The dinner took place on the 24th, Jessica's birthday. CBA 50th anniversary special, I don't know what that is. Ronnie leaves for New Orleans. And then Ronnie leaves. Ronnie returns from a company trip. Okay, so two people live here. Ronnie comes and goes. Appointment with Dr. Richardson. This has Dr. Richardson. Okay, so the calendar is written by someone else. Ronnie returns to the camping trip, Jessica's birthday. And I guess we're celebrating for Jessica's birthday. So the people who live here are Ronnie plus another individual. They seem to be in some form of a relationship. Because why else would you keep track of these things, right? Ronnie leaves from New Orleans, Ronnie returns. This is March, previous month. Victor is visiting, concert starts, brunch with Victor, dinner with Gabby, call with Gerald, call a bank reminder, doctor's appointment, trip to LA, mom's birthday, Eli's birthday party at 4 p.m., Ronnie's day off. Friend is the mistress? I don't know. We don't know who the owner of this calendar is, because it seems like we don't know who they are. Eli's birthday, because you would write my birthday if this belonged to you, right? You wouldn't write yourself in the third person and say, oh, it's Shinri's birthday. That'd be weird, right? You would refer to yourself in the first person. So like saying my birthday. So Jessica must be a third person. And then we have additional people like Victor and Eli. Due to listing, it's not Victor, Eli, or Jessica. Victor, Eli, Ronnie, or Jessica then. Yeah. But we do have friends that you would care enough about to write their birthday. So we have I would just say owner of the calendar in a relationship with Ronnie. And then friends include Jessica, Eli, or Jessica, Victor, concert brunch with Victor, Gabby, Gabby, call with Gerald, and then Eli's birthday on the 24th. Eli. So we have a lot of people here. One of the questions asked, who is Jessica's cousin? Yeah, Jessica's cousin. So one of these people may be Jessica's cousin. But there were only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people here. Let's see. The owner, Ronnie, Jessica, Victor, Gabby, Gerald, Eli. 7 total people in this story. A bag. Oh. Celine's kitchen matches. One of them was used. Yeah, one of them was used. Maybe not like a habitual smoker, but just maybe kept it as a souvenir or something of the nice little Valentine's Day dinner. Substantial makes. Water resistance. Leaves no mark and no smears. Then whose lipstick is on that glass? Huh? Okay, we're gonna pink lilac. We're gonna assume it's true. Okay, it claims leaves no marks and no smears. We're gonna assume it's true. Whether or not that happens in real life, that's a separate story. But for the purposes of this story, we're gonna assume. All right. So the owner of this, well, it's like a pink shade. Nico patch. Oh, they're trying to stop. Okay. Warning, if you're pregnant or breastfeeding only... Wait, hold on. Yeah. Nicotine patch, extended use 24 hours, step 1, 21 milligrams. If you smoke more than 10 cigarettes, start with step 1, 7 patches. So they were just trying to smoke, okay. I don't see anything else in there, though. Is that pink? Yeah, that's pink. Is that the same shade of pink? I don't know, color theory is weird. No, this is a little bit lighter, isn't it? It seems close. I think the lipstick itself is a little lighter in color. It's more like maroon red. Yeah. Would there be any indicators or markings on the other glasses? Can we see if the other glasses have marks or not? The light. Oh, that's the napkin. No, nothing here. No, it doesn't look like any of the other glasses have marks. Okay. What else can we see? Oh, hello, Giggles. Welcome. Welcome on Twitch. The napkin mark? It looked like just a smear. Nothing particular. Like they dabbed the steak or something, maybe. Or maybe they just finished eating and they just kind of like... I don't know. There's nothing particular that stands out about this right now. Just looks like a regular smear. Lipstick smear? Is that I don't know. That's a bit large for a lipstick smear. Like, it's too messy. It would have a defined shape, wouldn't it? How do you dab your steak? You just pat it dry. Okay. Recipe for beef stew. Is this a real recipe? 1 cup flour, salt, black pepper, boneless chuck roast, veggie oil, medium yellow onion, tomato paste, red wine, low sodium beef broth, bay leaves, thyme sprigs, carrots, celery stalks, potatoes, frozen peas. It looks like a real one. Heat the oil in a pot over medium until simmering. Shake excess flour off and then add it to the pot until browned all over, then remove. Add onion, pot, season with salt, and then got deglaze with the wine later. It seems like a real one. It seems like a real recipe. Reminds me of the blood splatter when someone coughs up blood like in the movies. It would have a bit more of a splatter effect. It's more blobby than splattery. A little bit concerned about the red wine. It's only 1 cup of red wine. Only 1 cup in the entire pot. Maybe it wouldn't, like, it's still. Would cooking get rid of the alcohol? It would depend on how long you cooked it for, right? There's the box of wine. 2 bottles out. 1, 2. Boils out the alcohol. Guests. A new name. James and Carol. Okay, Victor. They were guests. They don't live here. If they're gonna have Victor, James, and Carol here, so it would be Ronnie, the owner of the calendar, Victor, James, Carol. Another napkin, but with this red mark as well. What is the significance of this? Is it to show that they ate the stew? What does the other note say? Reminder, my cousin cannot drink anything with alcohol. Serve him something else instead. James is left-handed. Okay. My cousin cannot drink alcohol. James is left-handed. So James could be here. Wait. Spoon on the left, fork on the left, knife on the right. Fork left, spoon left, knife right. Spoon left, fork left, knife right. Okay, James is sitting here at number 5 because the glass is on the left side and then these utensils are on the right side with the knife on the left. Okay, James is... I'm going to draw the table. Number 5. James is sitting here. This note says my cousin cannot drink alcohol. I don't think they're talking about the same person. Serve him something else instead. So this is where the cousin must be sitting. So across from James is Jessica's cousin. Jessica's cousin. We don't know what their name is right now. It's one of these. Victor, James, Carol. James is left-handed, so it could be Victor or Carol. I thinking maybe the Victor visits often, so he's probably the cousin. Did James show up? His stuff is untouched. Not even poured. Yeah, maybe James just didn't show up. Okay, so Victor may most likely be the one sitting in seat number 1. Most likely, I'm gonna go ahead and preliminarily put Victor here with 2 people who live, Ronnie and the owner. Yeah, the chair is tucked in as well. Good catch on the details. All right. Maybe it's to show that they ate. Like this napkin is completely clean. It's still bundled up. It's still wrapped up. This one has been used. They ate food. This one has been used. They ate food. This one, well, we can kind of see it's already messy, and then they were also served. Okay. Duck. Quack, quack. Quack. So would this be... Wait, is it Jessica? Is Jessica the other person? Is Jessica the person who lives here? Like, she may have left a note for Ronnie and be like, hey, Ronnie, me, Jessica, my cousin, cannot drink anything with alcohol, serve something else. You know, it could just be a letter like that. The plate has the white sauce, dude. White sauce, red, white. I mean, that makes sense. Wait. Red sauce. The wine. Would a single cup of red wine... Would it? Because the recipe does include red wine. Well, the thing is, it's written, my cousin, well, it says it cannot drink anything with alcohol. It's not like I choose not to drink or he doesn't drink. He cannot drink anything with alcohol. Wait, hold up. Did we even check the medicine bottle? Who is this for? It's not a prescription. So we don't know whose bottle, who normally takes this medication. Doesn't alcohol get removed? That's what I think. That maybe. Maybe it'll be safe. Jessica Grayson by Margaret. Okay, so it is. Okay, so that's a little bit weird when you write your own name, when you write your own birthday in third person. Okay, so it is Jessica. Okay, let me change that around. So we have Jessica and Ronnie in a relationship, living here together. Jessica plus Ronnie. Jessica's cousin is Victor, and they have guests over, Carol and James, but James never showed. So we can account for all 4 people who arrived. It would be Victor. This would have been James, and we don't know which of these 4 would be. Like, I think this would be Jessica, because this is where Jessica died, given this. And then Ronnie and Carol would probably sit in one of these 2 chairs. Communal calendar. Oh yeah, maybe that's what it is. Mom's birthday, Jessica's birthday. Like maybe Ronnie wrote it, because I guess that the font is a little bit different. Like Jessica wrote, "Oh, Ronnie leaves for New Orleans and then comes back," and then Ronnie is the one who wrote, "Oh, it's Jessica's birthday." That makes the difference in font kind of suggests that. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Good catch on the fonts, by the way, like the handwriting. Conformist with the cause. Mainstream fiction. Enlisted animals. Animals that were enlisted into the military. Were they like mind-controlled dolphins or something? Atomic tourism, the deadliest form of entertainment. The sixth mass extinction cause equal humans. Unsung women of history. Finding your way around laws. Rise and fall of Rome. History of Western American territories. Oh! A guide to exquisite eating. The New York Restaurant Guide. 77 favorites plus 500 more for local hotspots to high end. Cute! Romantic getaways. When you have a date you want to impress, a good romantic dinner is the way to go. Here we list restaurants with romantic vibes, romantic food, and or other elements that could make your date memorable. Celine's Kitchen, there it is. Located on a historical street, this restaurant capitalizes on the rustic architecture to provide its customers with an escape from the hustle and bustle of New York downtown. Tables are decorated with lace and artful candles. Food is provided from the country of love itself. The wines they serve are all collection worthy, and their music are the greatest love song hits from around the world. Average $60. Address, yeah, blah, blah, blah. What are the other ones? Rose Galore, Hawaiian Fusion. Wait, that's cool. I want to try Hawaiian Fusion. What's it fused with? Riverbend, Japanese. Sushi. The kitchen is open, so if you get your timing right, you can be treated to a show. Oh, that's kind of cool. Restaurant of Troy, Mediterranean. Ooh. Authentic Mediterranean and served in style. Chef Zoe, American. Founded by the winner of All American Chef. Classic American food. 1 in 20 diners will be chosen to sit at the chef's table to take a picture with a celebrity. Oh, it's like a celebrity restaurant. Okay. That's kind of cool. Ooh. Amore. Love is in the air. French. Where you can eat pasta until you kiss, or a musician can play the violin to a song of your choosing. Aww. Warning to the shy, there will be plenty of public displays of affection, but don't worry, the establishment clearly lets all diners know to keep it PG. 사랑해. Oh my goodness. Korean. Oh, yo. Korean restaurants. Atmosphere is dignified and historical. They wear traditional chef hanbok. Whoa. Designed by the famous Korean architect Yong-Ah Kim. Very beautiful. Ooh. That's kind of fun. What the heck? Ooh, wait, can I can't look at that. Okay, so they do a little bit of a date night research. Ooh. That's a ship. I don't know what that ship is, though. Beachside homes, architecture, living and art. The county museum, art of the land. Art of poetry. Pottery. Yeah, pottery. Materials, shape of home, building to impress. This is so cool. There's so many, like, books. Cordial and firm. Witness relations. Comforting a victim and a witness. What? Surviving back home, a veteran's account. Uplift wars. When we struck the heavens. A fall from grace, critique of democracies. How muffled must a scream be? Glory in a uniform, military stuff. Always unload, just keep dumping. Yeah, that's more military stuff. Manifest destiny. Breaking and entering aftermath. Comprehensive notes of modern blood tests. State of history, civil war to present, sudden impulses and the impact. Thinnest of evidence. Water pathways and body decomp in moving water. Paranoia and the paranoid, how to interact with them. Fighting against the never ending. Interesting collection of books. I'm guessing this is like the military stuff and like the sciencey stuff, like the body decomp and everything, and then this is like more of the artsy stuff, and then this is just like general history things. Working in the White House? Ooh. Therapy, its purpose and when it should be attended with the renowned therapist and former Senator Jackson R. Gibson. That was the latest thing that they were watching. Therapy. Happy birthday. It's that time of the year again. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Jess. Thank you for all the support while I was in AA. That's why Victor can't drink. He's recovering. Ronnie is a lucky man to have you. I hope you have a great year, Victor. Aww. Oh? What does that say? To the most beautiful woman in the world. Aww. Happy birthday. It's the most beautiful woman in the world. Cute. Chocolates. Oh, what's this? Your mom loves you. Happy birthday, my daughter. Aww. We can't read it. No, I want to read. That's such a mom card to give. We still don't know where the others are sitting. Okay, let's go back to the questions. How many people live in the apartment? 2. Ronnie and Jessica. Who is Jessica's cousin? Victor. Who sat in chair number 4? Carol? I don't know. Who was killed? I'm going to go on a limb and assume it's Jessica. What was her last name again? No. Letter. There we go. Jessica Grayson was her name. Jessica Grayson. Who was the killer? I'm going to go on a limb and just... I think it's gotta be... I don't know. I wish it wasn't, but I think it's Ronnie. Ronnie Grayson? They're married? Maybe not? Grayson? I would assume Ronnie has to be 4 or 2. Yeah, so if Jessica was sitting here because she's the birthday girl, gets to sit in the center, right? That makes sense. Like, center of attention. You can see all the chairs are kind of turned towards, well, maybe it could be that Jessica collapsed on the ground and then they turn and be like, oh shoot, what just happened? And then like maybe that's why the chairs are all kind of turned towards this side. So like that, I'll ignore that one. Birthday girl sits here in the middle. Carol and Ronnie. Carol and Ronnie. They didn't take a sip of this. They didn't take a single sip of the drink. But then, yeah, the thing is, Ronnie's laptop is here. So someone who tried to log into this account was not Ronnie. Was it because was Ronnie the one who died? But like, if Jessica was alive, if Jessica were alive and Ronnie died, would they be at the point of a relationship where she would know his password? I don't know. We don't have enough information about that. Could it have been Carol trying to kill Jessica, but for what reason? Was Ronnie cheating? I think Carol was in 4, while Robin was in 2. I think James may not have been at the party at the time. Victor, I'm not sure about. I think Victor was definitely here. He has a non-alcoholic drink and the food hasn't been eaten. James never showed up. I don't know if there's enough information here to suggest that Ronnie was cheating. Ronnie was cheating. Ronnie has a ticket to the restaurant with valet parking receipt on the 14th when Jessica was in LA. God damn it, Ari. God, it's so messed up. You gotta be kidding me, man. And that's why he has the business card to the abortion clinic. Because he did a little bit more than take someone else out to dinner. God damn it, I hate cheaters. That would explain why. Yeah, there it is. Okay, so would it be Carol? He's cheating on Jessica with Carol, and they both come up with a plan to find out a way to get Jessica out of the picture and to make it look like an accident. Ah, man. How many people live in the apartment? 2. Who is Jessica's cousin? Who sat in chair 4? Who was killed? Jessica Grayson. Who was the killer? Ronnie Grayson. Carol? We don't have information on Carol's last name because they're cousins. They could be different last names. But that still doesn't answer the question, why was this here? If Ronnie and Carol both conspired to kill Jessica to get her out of the picture so they two can get together, why would Ronnie's account be set this way? Maybe Jessica was trying to hack it, trying to get into it. Maybe Jessica was getting suspicious. But it's open. Like, chronologically, this would have needed to happen afterwards, right? It wouldn't make sense to have this laptop open with Ronnie's password and the account is currently locked out and may not be logged into. It opened while the party was going on. The party was going on, and then the incident happened. And afterwards, someone had tried to log into Ronnie's account. But if Jessica was the one who died, and Ronnie... Because we would have Victor, Ronnie, and Carol left over. James never showed up. Ronnie would be present to enter his password into the laptop to do whatever they were trying to do. He changed his password to hide the affair. Maybe. To cover his tracks, like when you change your phone's password so that your partner can't look into it. Is there like a journal or a diary or anything? Anything over here? Nothing in the back. And then these rooms are all closed, so we can't access these. Ronnie went to the toilet. Jessica tried to log in. It would be odd because by this point they would already have the guests over. They would already have Victor and Carol. I don't know, could it have been like, oh, let's get some music on, like I want to get like a YouTube playlist going on, so let me log in. But then it's like, huh, interesting, I can't log into Ronnie's account. He must have changed his password or something. Have a good dinner, Chloe. Tier 2 has to be the pregnant person. Tier 2? What if it wouldn't make sense, like the person Carol sat in chair 2 because Carol knew she was pregnant, because it is now currently April, February, Valentine's Day, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, almost 11 weeks. It is within the range of being able to tell that you are pregnant. So Carol didn't drink? Carol sat here number 2 because she knew she was pregnant and didn't want to drink, which means that Ronnie would have sat in chair number 4 eating the food and drinking like nothing happened. But no, like, why would Ronnie have a card for an abortion clinic? What if it was a, like... Abortion clinic. Ronnie has his card in his wallet, so he's the one trying to get Carol to have an abortion. Because he doesn't want a child out of wedlock like that. Yeah, he wanted Carol to have the abortion so Jessica wouldn't find out that he had the affair. Because he wouldn't want to be responsible for child payments, right? Who has a meeting with the doctor on the calendar? Well, let's see. Hang on. Let me just double check real quick. Clinic. It was a Dr. Terry Charleston. Terry Charleston. Dr. Richardson. Doctor's appointment. Victor, concert, brunch with Victor, dinner with Gabby, called Gerald, called a bank, CBA, Ronnie, appointment with Dr. Richardson. It's not the same doctor. What if Jessica was pregnant and in chair 4, she found out about the affair and killed Carol? She was also trying to stop smoking and has a doctor's appointment. If Jessica was sitting here and she knew about the affair and was using it to kill Carol instead. Where else would they have gotten this, right? Severe liver damage may occur if you take it with alcohol. Stop and ask a doctor. Like this wouldn't be an over-the-counter kind of thing, would it? Or maybe it is because it's not a prescription. Whose medication is that? We don't know. It doesn't say. It just has the warning label on it. But no, it's not a prescription, so there's no label that indicates whose it was. Might be over the counter. The attorney here is Lewis Hampton, attorney at law. Doesn't say they specialize in divorce or anything, it's just law offices. I can, like, it both seems kind of likely. Ronnie was the one who killed Jessica because he wanted the affair with Carol. Or Jessica found out and killed Ronnie instead. Jessica finding out and killing Ronnie instead and then attempting to unlock Ronnie's laptop makes sense, but by this point Ronnie had changed his password to cover up the affair that Ronnie was having with Carol at the time, which is why Jessica could not log into the computer. It would make sense that Ronnie is dead at this point because he lives here. He was at the apartment during this time, so at any other situation Ronnie would have been available to give the password. Right? And exactly, the lipstick, assuming, okay, like, yeah, it's marketing, right? But assuming the facts here are true, and this is water resistant, leaves no marks and no smears, that means that whoever was drinking from this was using a different lipstick. It can't be Jessica's. Which would mean this is Carol's. Suggesting that Jessica was the one who sat in table 4 or in chair number 4. Jessica Grayson was sitting here and she kills Carol after having found out that they were having an affair with Ronnie. So who's dead? Carol. What substance was in the nicotine patch? Trying to see if it's related. Let's double check. It says nicotine transdermal system patch extended use 24 hours, step 1, 21 milligrams. If you smoke more than 10 cigarettes a day, start with step 1. 7 total patches. Nothing specific about the medication, is just, I think it's just nicotine on its own. Typo when entering Grayson. Oh, great. Wait. Which Gray is it? Gray with an A. Gray with an A. Okay. Hey, it's hard, okay? Sometimes it's the American Gray. Sometimes it's difficult, okay? Okay. How many people live in the apartment? It's just two. Ronnie and Jessica. They are married. They share the same last name, so we're going to assume that they're married. Who is Jessica's cousin? It's Victor, because Jessica leaves a note for Ronnie specifying my cousin cannot drink anything with alcohol, so something else. Cousin being Victor. And the reason why we know Victor can't drink is because he thanks Jessica for providing support while he was in Alcoholics Anonymous. Who sat in chair 4? I'm gonna assume it's Jessica because it. Can we definitively say that Jessica was sitting? Like, it doesn't really matter actually. Does it really matter if either Jessica or Ronnie were sitting in one of these two? What's the difference here? White stew, messy napkin, took some sip of the drink, and then here, white food, used napkin, no drink. Wine color? I think it's just the shader on it. That's red wine. I think, because like they both look like red wine. Maybe? Because these two champagne bottles aren't open yet. And then they only have two. This bottle here, this bottle there. And then these 4 here. They only have red wine or champagne. Neither of the champagne are open. So I think this also has to be red wine. I think it's just the shader of the game right now that's making a color. Would Carol drink if she's pregnant? Eleven weeks. Could you tell? Would you know? That's like awfully close to... Exactly. 11 weeks might not show up on some people. It's like you said, it's early in the pregnancy. Maybe they can get away with it. See, what I'm thinking is Ronnie and Carol have the affair, right? And then they end up having sex during the affair. Ronnie knows that there is the potential for the abortion. So if the need arises, he can go and contact the abortion clinic, right? 11 weeks is at least 2 missed periods. If they're timed right, it could be 1 and it could be a couple of weeks, like 1 week delayed. Might stretch out. You might chalk it up to stress, you know, or like poor eating habits. Like something might get in the way that causes your hormones to like delay a period. So it could be missed, like easily missed, you know. Maybe Carol isn't pregnant anymore. Maybe they already had it aborted. Possibly. That could be true too. They may already have gone through with it. Like, I don't know, they had sex, unprotected sex, and then they were testing, doing a pregnancy test really, soon afterwards, and they're like, okay, we got to get rid of it really quickly. This has happened here. Anything about the doctor? No. I don't know. Who would be on the nicotine patches? Jessica would be, because Jessica's the one who owns this bag. She's the one who lives here, and Jessica's lipstick is the one that does not stain. Patches for it, but she won't drink as well. I mean, even though Jessica might be trying to cut back on smoking, I still feel like she would be drinking, because if she had the option to pour another beverage that isn't alcoholic, and she's like, oh, I'm cutting off nicotine smoke, or smoking with the nicotine with the smoking, she could easily just as well poured herself non-alcoholic beverages too. But it is poured, both of these, But the bag has matches from the restaurant they went on to Valentine's. Yeah, so like smoking quitting smoking is really difficult. It's not easy. So I don't blame her for, you know, reducing the amount of smoke. Like she might be going from a pack a day down to like 5 a day, and then down to like 3 a day, 1 a day, you know, and so on. So like it could just be that Jessica is trying to cut back. We have evidence that she's trying to cut back on smoking. You know, so like even though that the match is used, I don't fault her for that. It's just natural process of going through trying to cut back on smoking. Jessica was in LA during Valentine's Day. Wait, you're right. If the matchbook comes from that restaurant, this is Carol's bag. Which means Carol is the one who has lipstick that does not smear. Which makes this Jessica, makes Jessica the victim. Jessica the victim, who sat in chair 4. Okay, it does make sense because it is Jessica here, because sitting in the middle, because she will be the birthday. It was for Jessica's birthday, right? Killed on her birthday. So we're back to initial suspect. Carol is pregnant. Ronnie's cheating on Jessica with her. They killed Jessica so that she's out of the picture. I think so. Then, could the abortion clinic... Could this be for Jessica instead? They've been married together. They've been together for a while. And we know Ronnie can't keep it in his pants. So Jessica may be pregnant. And Ronnie is saying, okay, like I don't want a kid with you. So I want you to get the abortion. Jessica says no and keeps and wants to keep the baby. And then he goes to Carol and says she wants to keep the baby. We're going to have a problem. And then Carol suggests, why don't you get rid of Jessica and the baby together? And then they come up with a plan to kill Jessica with the medication. But then Jessica wouldn't be drinking? Or maybe the abortion clinic thing is just for both of them. Like, he just doesn't want kids at all, so he wants Carol to also have the abortion and Jessica to have the abortion. Maybe they're not pregnant. Maybe Jessica's not pregnant at all, which is why she's been drinking. Yeah, okay. That makes a bit more sense, going along with why everyone is currently drinking, right? Carol might be drinking because it's still early on during her pregnancy that it may not show up on the exam, on the tests, right? But should the need arise, Ronnie has already gotten the information for the abortion clinic. So if Jessica does take a test and shows up pregnant, he can give the information to her and they can get the abortion because Ronnie doesn't want kids. Jessica may also... Actually, maybe they just did not have unprotected sex with Jessica, which is why she's confident in just drinking without it, without the worry. So, like, to Jessica's knowledge, she's not pregnant. Therefore, she's not worried about drinking. In that case, it seems more like the killer would be Ronnie Grayson than Carol. Oh, Carol. Because it seems like he's the one that is at least planning and making the preparations. You know, if I got Carol pregnant during the affair on Valentine's Day, I'm going to plan and collect the information for the clinic, for the abortion clinic, right? Like, it feels more like Ronnie is the one planning this out. So when it comes to killing Jessica, he may also have made the plan as well. I don't think the one in chair 4 drank. And 4... Well, it says the bottle here says 1/3 filled is full. So if they're following along with it, this would be about 1/3 filled. So like 1/3, 1/3, and 1/3. And this is at chair number 2. Chair number 4 looks like it's a little less than 1/3. So whoever was sitting on on chair number 4 drank some of the alcohol. Ronnie has every plan except how to stay loyal. Ronnie seems like he sat in 4. Because Carol, knowing that they had unprotected sex on Valentine's Day, has inklings that she may be pregnant. So just in case, she chooses not to drink. That makes sense. But why? But the laptop. Yeah, the computer. This is the one that's throwing me in the loop. If Ronnie and Carol conspired to kill Jessica, Ronnie is active. He's alive. He's in the scene. Why would this be here? Why would this be open? This is the thing that's throwing me in for a loop. Because this would only make sense if either Carol or Jessica were trying to attempt to open it. You know? Panicking, mistyped password. Carol could be the one. What if it's a red herring? True. The game did warn that not all the details may be relevant. Sorry, I'm opening my my coffee pitcher, kettle. I don't know what it's called. The little pitcher. Yeah, it's a pitcher, I think. Jessica tried to log in before the guests arrived. Do you think there's a chance that Ronnie's the one who died? The main reason why I don't think Ronnie's the one who died is because the person who died seems to have been the one sitting on table 3, and it feels like socially accurate to say the birthday person would be sitting in the middle between all the guests. That's why I think it's Jessica who's sitting here. Mr. Patriotic Canadian, never cheat, never stick it in crazy, cover your drink, never let crazy stick it in you. Always wear protection, especially to avoid being in rubber commercials. Yes, absolutely wise words. Thank you for the soup. Important words to live by. Horrible thought. Spiked wine, hoping to get rid of both? I don't know. I don't think Ronnie would try to get rid of both. I think he is definitely trying to stay with Carol specifically, because we can tell that they went on that romantic date together at Celine's kitchen. So I think from Ronnie's perspective, he's trying to stay with Carol, which means getting Jessica out of the picture. But the password thing is tripping me up. I feel like this is important. Is there anything else here? No, it's just the beef stew. Glass. Whose gifts are those? These are Jessica's gifts, which is why it says happy birthday to you. And then this is from Victor to Jessica. Happy birthday, Jess. And then we also have a letter from Jessica's mother. It doesn't say anything, it doesn't name them, but given the fact that the calendar here says mom's birthday, where Jessica took a trip to LA, we're going to assume it's from Jessica's mother. Is that the chocolates? Is that chocolate or are they vague? It simply just says, to the most beautiful woman in the world. Happy birthday. To the most beautiful woman in the world. And it doesn't really have any other details on it. Valentine's chocolates? Valentine's chocolates in April. I mean, like, okay, so is it Valentine's chocolate? I know it's a heart. I know it's a giant heart. It's a giant heart. Is there any chocolates? God damn it. That's why it does it. Oh, I thought it was weird. It just says to the most beautiful person in the world. I thought it was like hey honey, here's chocolates to the most beautiful person in the world. I was like, wait a minute, it's her birthday. Like, why don't you say like happy birthday to the most beautiful person, the most beautiful woman in the world, right? Why didn't it say happy birthday? Because it's not a birthday gift. It's a Valentine's gift. This was for Carol. Did Carol sneak in a clue to Jessica that Ronnie was cheating? Wait. Could the girls be... Wait. Carol goes on a date with Ronnie, not knowing that Ronnie is already engaged to Jessica. She finds out and feels horrible guilt about it, and then comes up with a plan to warn Jessica, hey, by the way, your husband cheated on you with me. And she wants to tell this to Jessica. So she brings this over as an air quotes birthday gift. Ronnie doesn't notice because he doesn't care. He thinks he's being sneaky, right? But one gift from Victor, one gift from Ronnie, one gift from Carol, the three people who showed up at the apartment that night. Having received this, Jessica then uses the medication that she got from the doctor to poison Ronnie. After Ronnie dies, she comes over here and attempts to log into Ronnie's computer, finding out that he's since changed his password. Could that be it? And if they were trying to keep it a secret, why would she bring this with her in her purse? Does Ronnie wear lipstick though? here's the thing though. It's not confirmed. We cannot rule out that this was simply knocked over. It is possible that Jessica simply drank from this and the glass was knocked over. Not because she died and fell. Like, yes, this seems very related, right? But there's nothing specifically linking the two that says Jessica died and in the act of dying, she knocked over her glass, right? Technically, there's nothing there that says that. You're not wrong, but I seriously think you're overcooking a bit. Oh my god. But why would Jessica be in the calendar already if they weren't already friends? Why would Jessica be in the calendar? Well, that's because Ronnie and Jessica are together. They're engaged. But Ronnie is cheating on Jessica with Carol. And then Carol warns Jessica, hey, your husband's cheating on me. I did, like, maybe it could be like, I don't know. I didn't know at the time. Because, like, it says Carol. Does Carol wait, hold on. Wait, is there anything on the back? Nothing on the back. Anything on the back? No. Because Carol doesn't show up here. As in, like, Carol isn't a friend. Doctor's appointment, mom, Ronnie, Eli, concert, Victor, brunch with Victor, Gabby, Gerald. Carol isn't in the calendar. She's a new girl. You know? Wait, thank you for the thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you. Carol isn't in the calendar because he wants to keep that affair a secret. He doesn't want to list on the calendar, oh, I'm going out with Carol. And then Jessica's like, hey, Ronnie, who's Carol? I've never heard of her before. You know, like that. Like, that's why she doesn't show up in the calendar. But why else would you invite someone to a birthday dinner unless they were important? You know? More people need to see you overcook. I just don't want it to be this way. I just don't want it to be like that, you know? Is Carol with Victor? I don't think there's enough information connecting those two together, sadly. Carol tipped off Jessica, and that's why she was on the laptop, and then Carol still killed her to get her out of the way. I mean, it could likely be, it could also be likely that Ronnie and Carol had two different plans, that they weren't doing it together. They weren't conspiring, right? Ronnie takes out Carol during Valentine's Day when Jessica is off on a trip to LA. Where Valentine's Day, Ronnie and Carol get together, they have sex, they blah, 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 right? Following weeks later, Carol finds out that, hey, Ronnie is actually engaged. And she's like, oh shit, I messed up. I don't want to be a homewrecker. I'm going to go warn Jessica, right? On the other hand, Ronnie is thinking, wow, I love Carol so much. I'm going to stay with her, but I can't get Jessica out of the picture. How do I do this? I'm going to find a way to get Jessica like out of this, and then comes with a plan to kill Jessica so that he can be with Carol. Carol, on the other hand, completely has no idea what Ronnie is doing and comes over to the birthday party to warn Jessica, hey, your husband is cheating on me, or cheating on you with me. So they could have two completely different plans. But then the lipstick, so Jessica ends up being the one that's drinking here. Carol comes over trying to warn Jessica. Ronnie is here trying to kill Jessica. And then, I don't know, maybe Carol shows up first, gives her this. No, the present is on top. So Carol shows up last. And then as the guests show up, Victor and Ronnie show up. They both give them the presents. Carol shows up last, gives this to Jessica. Jessica sees this and knows something is up, something is wrong, right? And then while they're getting ready, while Ronnie is unpacking the wines, Jessica is here trying to log in just to double check, just to see, like, I wonder what's going on, right? And then fails and notices that the password has been changed and she can't get in. Unfortunately, she can't go any further because at that point, Ronnie's like, all right, let's all celebrate and drink. And then she has to come to the table. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. Are you guys following along with it? Everyone ignoring Victor. Yeah, Victor is just there, okay? Gonna start leaving misleading notes around my apartment just to mess with the investigator if anything happens. What if Victor was jealous and planted the evidence? No, stop. We're not theory crafting things that don't exist. We're only looking at the facts that exist in this case. Okay? Okay. That's my theory. I'm going to go with it. Okay? Quick recap. Ronnie cheating on Jessica with Carol, as evidenced by the Valentine's Day receipts. Carol doesn't know, finds out that they're engaged, wants to warn Jessica and apologize. And that's all she wants to do. She doesn't want to kill Jessica. She just wants to let her know, which is why she brought this from Valentine's Day from Ronnie to warn Jessica, hey, by the way, your husband's cheating. Ronnie, on the other hand, wants to get Jessica out of the picture so that he can be with Carol. Day of, they both show up. Victor, being Jessica's cousin, shows up early and then gives him a gift. Ronnie gives her a gift. Carol shows up last, which is why this present is on top of the others, and then warns. And then, having noticed that, she gets suspicious, checks in on Ronnie's password, finds out that it's closed. During the meantime, Ronnie is over here thinking nothing is wiser and unboxing the wine, and he's like reading this thing. He's like, okay, we gotta be fancy. How are we doing this? Gotta be. So he's not paying attention to Jessica trying to unlock Ronnie's laptop. Finally gets it open and then goes around pouring for everybody. But how does he deliver the medication to Jessica? How does he do that? The timeline seems to make sense. Like the general logistics of how they all got to this position makes sense to me. How did he deliver this? How did this medicine get to only Jessica and no one else? Does the game break down the insight when you get it right? No, it doesn't. It just tells you that your answers are wrong. It doesn't tell you which ones are wrong. It just tells you you're wrong. What makes you think they're engaged? They share the same Grace and surname? Yeah, I think it's just that. Because I think they're engaged. Okay, the reason why I say they're engaged and not brother and sister, because this. Ronnie is a lucky man to have you. This is why I think they're engaged and not brother-sister. Okay, how do I... They're married, not just engaged. Okay, fine, married. It doesn't matter. They're together. They're supposed to be together, okay? Has to be directly in the glass, since he wouldn't drink himself if he poisoned the bottle. That and the fact that Carol also drank a little bit. So it wouldn't have been poisoned in the wine itself. It would have been poisoned in the glass, right? Because it can't be the food. Right here, Victor ate the red beef stew. Ronnie, Carol, and Jessica all ate the carrot stew. The carrot stew, this one, the white one. And then both of these two drank. So it can't have been in the food. It had to have been in the cup. had to have been in the cup, right? Richard's just there for the fun birthday party. He's like, it's my cousin's birthday party. Like, congrats to her, yay! And her lovely fiance or husband or whatever. Like, oh, I'm so lucky they're together, right? Oh, hey Yui, good to see you. How's it going, Yui? What's not to say Carol and Ronnie are in together with the murder? They both didn't touch their food and didn't drink much. The reason why is because of this. Who else would give a Valentine's Day heart-shaped chocolate box as a gift to a birthday girl whose birthday is in April? This is the reason why I think Carol is trying to warn Jessica. Because there would be no other reason why she would have this when Jessica herself was in a completely different city during Valentine's Day, you know? A cheap person who recycles boxes. I think that's a little bit... I think that might be a little bit too much. Or Carol is throwing it in Jessica's face like, haha, I got your man now. Maybe? I don't want to believe people are that mean. I don't want to believe people are could be that cruel, you know. I know people like that exist, but I don't want to think that they are. I think that's okay. That's my scenario. I'm going through with it. People are saying check the wine receipt for the chocolate. Check the wine receipt for the chocolate. A box of chocolates? Just a random box of heart-shaped chocolates in April? He bought them both the same day. Just scribbled to the most beautiful person in the world, the most beautiful woman in the world. Okay, so this isn't from. Not gonna lie, this reminds me of the plot of The Room. Ronnie is tearing them apart. A discount Valentine's Day chocolate box with a generic printed "the most beautiful woman in the world" gift tag that does not even say happy birthday my lovely wife or anything. That explains the therapy book. Therapy, its purpose, and when it should be attended. And it does explain the therapy stuff. They were having a difficult time together? Ronnie and Jessica's marriage isn't going very well, which is why they're watching therapy together. But they're like, hey, we can get to this later. It's still your birthday, so let's have fun. And then he's like, the 24th, Villages Market, 24th, Jessica's birthday. This showed up at 5:23 p.m. He buys the wine at 5:23 p.m. What time is it? When did this happen? At 7:15. Not to stick around with this, but it's getting late. We'll try to take some mind, get some good eats and good sleeps. Could be the bottle. How many bottles do they open? Just one. This one is still sealed. You can see the little aluminum cap on top of it. This one's cap is open. Okay, so their marriage is not going well, which is why they're watching the therapy tape together. And in fact, it's going so not well that Ronnie doesn't care. He waits until the day of to go buy wine and a box of chocolates. And not even a birthday gift. It's just a box of chocolates that generically says, to the most wonderful woman in the world. Meaning Ronnie has already moved on. Meaning Ronnie doesn't care. He's already moved on. He wants to get with Carol. This goes back to my original theory, where the reason why Ronnie has the abortion clinic information, this one, the reason why I think this is the case is because Jessica is pregnant, but he doesn't want a child with Jessica, so he's trying to get her to abort the baby. But she won't. Which is why he needs to find a way to get her out of the picture by killing her. But then the problem with this stupid thing, this laptop shows up. Oofusly, Okui, thanks for reaping the membership. Welcome back. Welcome back. But why would she drink? Maybe she doesn't know she's pregnant yet, but they did have enough unprotected sex that, because maybe they're not trying for a child. God. Both Carol and Jessica are drinking. Maybe they're both not aware that they're pregnant. Either words. Chronologically, maybe Jessica is trying to figure this out and then gets locked out. May not be logged into. So Jessica was trying to log into Ronnie's thing, notices that he's changed his password, unfortunately locks the account out, so Ronnie can't even get in. He's got to wait for the whatever timer to run up before he can try again. Maybe it's one of those things, you know. Okay, two people live in the apartment, Ronnie and Jessica. Who was Jessica's cousin? Victor. Who sat in chair number 4? Carol sat in chair number 4. No, Ronnie sat in chair number 4 because he drank alcohol. Carol is the one who may be pregnant and chose not to drink in the end, but didn't make a scene of it because saying, hey, I'm pregnant, I don't want to drink, would raise certain flags. So Carol doesn't mention it. She simply chooses not to drink and just leaves the glass full. Who killed Jessica? Who was killed? Jessica was killed. Who was the killer? No, wait, hold up. Carol sat in 4. Why else would the game give us information about non-smear lipstick? To show that this is Jessica's? Yes, but also that Carol drank, and it did not leave a mark. I'm gonna go with this. Carol sat in chair 4. Ronnie sat in chair 2. Who was killed? Jessica. Who was the killer? Ronnie. I want to send it. Three out of 5. Okay. 3 out of 5. Did we flip them around? Okay, 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5, which means I think we just gotta flip them around, right? Okay, so Ronnie was sitting in chair 4, Ronnie Grayson. Carol sat in 2, didn't drink because she knows she was pregnant. Who was killed? Jessica was killed. We know that. The killer is Carol. I think these are the 2 that we got wrong. Just flip them around. Carol was a killer. They both were together. They were both conspiring. Yay! Wow, that sucked. That's a really... God, I feel so sorry for Jessica, man. The people, the bad people in these stories get away. Oh my God, what? There's no happy ending with this. Where? Oh my God. Poor Victor too. Yeah, his cousin just died. It's because Ronnie and Carol just wanted to have an affair. God, oh my God. Man. Okay, we solve this last scenario here, and then we get the case file for all 3. So once we solve this, we'll be able to read exactly what happened. All right. No happy ending. Really sad for a cheating husband killed on her birthday. Yeah. I was hoping Ronnie would be the victim. Same. Poor Victor's gonna start drinking again. No. Situation. A group of teenagers were brought in for questioning regarding a murder that took place at the regarding a murder that took place at a party held in apartment 403. Some of the stories did not match up and no one has admitted to anything. This floor is cursed. Oh my God. Obviously gonna eat now. Thanks for stopping by, Bruce. Get some good eats and good sleeps. Brenda killed her ex-husband who tried to break in and kidnap their baby here. Infidelity and cheating resulting in a murder over here. This floor is cursed. I bet rent is cheap though. Damn, right? Could you imagine how cheap rent was gonna be? Oh, bro, this looks exactly like the old dorms that I used to go to. Wait, it's really familiar. God, like this mess, hella familiar. Absolutely vile. How to survive on your own. For the son who avoided chores like the plague. Wow. One of their parents. This is a ladle. This is a spatula. This is a whisk. Wow. God. Like freshmen, maybe? Freshmen, sophomores, like real shortly after they left. Gunshot wound to the chest. A Wilder. There it is. Yeah, you see the firing cap has a little dent in it. That's where the pin hits it and then causes the whole thing to explode and the bullet flies out of it. That's what the little dent is supposed to be. Yeah. Ooh, bathroom. This is really a dude's bathroom. It's just soap, lotion, maybe isopropyl alcohol, not even a toothbrush. Yeah, it's a dude's. Shampoo and body wash, not even conditioner. It's shampoo and body wash. Dudes don't take care of their skin. It's literally just those two, right? You may think it's shampoo and conditioner. No, it's shampoo and body wash. Girls only, no boys allowed. Huh. Tennis? Yo! Look at that. Championships? Are these Girl Scout badges? I'm not familiar with the Scouts badges, but they kind of look. Oh, the chipmunk. Holmes and mystery. A box fan. God, every single college student I know had that box fan. Oh, childhood photo with puppy. Flenties. At least it isn't a 5-in-1. Soup drive and soup kitchen. Wow. Okay, real quick. I'm gonna go use the restroom, and I gotta pee. I've been drinking so much coffee and I've been holding it in for a while, so I gotta go use the restroom. But I'll be right back. Okay, make sure you refill on your water, stretch your legs a little bit, and wiggle around. I'll be right back. Where are the body rags? Oh wait, hold up here. Let me just place you right here so that you can sniff the floorboards. Yeah. All right. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. How did it sniff? Or how was the sniffs? Why is this our view? Because crime scene investigation. Yeah. Ah, stinky, that's the smell of iron. The heme in your blood. It's the rusty. Well, dried blood doesn't smell that bad. It's mostly like the volatile compounds that like go up into the air that you can smell. If it's just dried, it just kind of pasty. I don't know. Why is there blood on top of the chalk? Okay. Let's see. They prepared us for war. The war right now is against cheaters because I hate cheaters. Brian. Jack. Grace. Okay, so any name on this one? No name on the coffee. Okay. Anti-NTR squad. I just Lisa. Let's take a look. All right. So we can't definitively say who died here. The hair kind of makes me think it looks like a Jack. The hair makes me think it's a Jack that died. Only a Jack would have that kind of hair. You know, like the slick back kind of hair. I think it's a Jack. I think Brian is too nerdy. Like, I think Brian of glasses, right? I think glasses in when it comes to Brian. So, I think it's a Jack. Keys. First album, Opal Shield. Ultrasonic. Oh! School District of Queens. High school. Oh, high school, not college. Notice of suspension. Brian for sexual harassment of other student. What? Wait. Let's hold up. Questions first. That's... Man, what a way to start. Okay. Who died? I hope it's Brian. Who died? Question mark. Brian. Okay. Who was the second last to... What? Who was the second last to arrive? Penultimate arriver. Penultimate arrival. Question mark. What? Who was the owner of the blue sports bag? Owner of blue sports bag. And then question number 4, killer. All right. These questions are designed to assist with the understanding of the case file. Okay. Who died? Penultimate arrival. Owner of the sports bag. Killer. Huh. Spare keys? Front door. One of the boys' rooms on the female inhabitants' room. So the pink one might probably go here into this room, and the green one might go here, with the orange one being the front door. Yeah, the green one goes in here. They used a spare. Okay, let's read this. District of Queens High School. Suspension May 28th, 2003. Are you... Oh my god. A murder here, a murder in the other room the next year, and then the year after that, or later on in the year after that, there's like a shooting. Jeez, this floor is crazy. Okay. 5/28/03 suspension. Brian suspension. Any student found in the building while in suspension is subject to arrest, resulting from the following violations: sexual harassment. Description of the situation. On May 26th, wow, that's really like 2 days ago. So on 26th was the incident. Hello, Levi. Welcome. Ghost rolling the floor. The floor is cursed. Yeah, but imagine the rent prices. On May 26th, a student reported that Brian Olson had sexually assaulted her. These are serious allegations. The school contacted law enforcement, and an investigation will be conducted. We ask all parties involved to keep to themselves until the investigation has concluded. The parents of both parties have been notified. Notice to the Guardian: a conference has been scheduled for the 30th, so 2 days after this filing. Okay, so that 30th would have been the conference. The student must return to the school with the parent or guardian listed in the school's computer network. Parents should call the school and reschedule it by the principal. Student is suspended from the school until further notice. So when is this right now? Do we have a receipt, some kind of a date, something that might tell us exactly when this was? Because it feels like you get suspended and you're like, hey, I'm suspended, I can't go to school anymore, so screw it, let's have a party at my place. You know, like that's what it feels like. A red bag. Wait, hold up. Brian Olson was the guy who was suspended for sexual harassment. I'm taking my chances that the rent is cheap. I'd be more bothered being neighbors to the partying high schoolers than knowing murders happen. All right, let's see. 2003 summer school. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Carter, welcome. Okay, you're welcome to the Nobles Summer School. Your students scheduled for the Nobles Public High School 2003 summer academic program can be found in your MPS portal account. Schedule includes course number, name, teacher, assignment. Once the students have picked up their summer school package and submitted their summer pass with school security, they will be ready to start. Option of earning credits, blah, 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 blah. Enclosed are course list and registration. Okay. Summer school starts on a Tuesday, June 3rd. Ends after classes on Friday, August 1st. So something Carter. Summer program. Summer program goes from June 3rd, 6/3 to August 1st, 8/1. So this would have taken place next month. Any student who plans to attend must be present from the first day. Registration for tuition, $225 per course. Your student's summer grade does not replace any failing grade. The summer course allows your student to earn credit to specific graduation requirements. Please look at the enclosed blah, 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 blah. Okay. So whoever this Carter is, something they had something to look forward to. EpiPen and asthma inhaler, and I don't know what this one is. What could this one be for? Sample collection? No, that goes around your mouth. that clear thing right there, the little notch goes on your nose, that goes in your mouth, and these sample vials are placed underneath. Is it for the inhaler? Part of the inhaler. Oh, okay. I thought this was just a direct mouth inhaler, like you pop open the cap and then you press down on it. Oh, it's a spacer for the inhaler. Okay, that makes sense. I've not seen the spacer stuff before. Oh, I didn't know that came with it. Okay. 2 EpiPens. The orange part is where the needle comes out. If you are ever in need. Wait, hold up. Blue to the sky, right? Yeah. Wait. Yes. Am I remembering correct? Blue to the sky. Yeah, blue goes upwards because blue is the color of the sky. That goes upwards, and then the orange goes into the thigh. Don't do it the other way around, or else you're gonna have to go to the hospital for injecting a whole bunch of adrenaline into your own thumb. It's not pretty. I'm no expert about fields that they could improve the design. It is. I don't know how much they can improve it. It's arrow shaped. Like the orange is tapered where the thing comes out. Do you see that giant black arrow that points downwards? You know. And it even has instructions on it, you know. There is an arrow, true. It's tapered. The orange part is tapered to be like this, point this down, you know. Are you speaking from experience? No, but I have seen videos of people accidentally stabbing themselves with an EpiPen. It happens frequently enough that people still get confused about it. But yes, counterpoint, it is as idiot-proof as current idiots have read it. True. Your American inhalers look different to our Swedish ones, at least compared to the ones I've had. Yeah, these are the ones that I'm familiar with. The inhaler that I got for my lung issues while here in Japan don't look like this. They look like an egg. You like slide open the cap on the top like an egg, and then it clicks into place, and then it like shoots a little bit of powder into the receptacle, and then you inhale through the receptacle. It's not like a spray like this one. But yeah, inhalers come in different designs. All right. Okay, so Carter carries with them asthma medication, and a EpiPen. Good to know. Who is Carter? Is it Jack? Because we have Jack here, and then we have Brian. But it could also be Grace or Lisa. We don't know exactly who this belongs to. Okay, here's the blue sports bag. Tennis. Okay, this must be our tennis champion here. Group chat. Grad party. As you all... Wait, hold up. Time-wise? Okay, it goes down. As you all know, a few of us are going to be graduating. We're going to have a grad party at our place 7 p.m. on Saturday. Saturday, 7 p.m. Where was the clock? Wait, there's no clock. There's no clock. There's no... 7 p.m. This would be 6, 7, 8. 8-ish. Okay, that makes sense. So, whoever this Vader individual is lives there. But it's not the owner of this Kitty Lover. Okay, this is Kitty Lover. So Vader must be the person who lives in the other room. No? Chat? Faded clock? Oh no, the clock is just there to mark the time, like whatever happened, you know. It's like, oh, the person was killed and they fell down and then they broke their watch and the watch recorded the time of death. It's something like that, just to give you a reference point. Okay. Vader 217 says on May 25th, a day before the incident, because on the 26th is when the harassment incident occurred. 25th, this message was sent out. Grad party at our place at 7 p.m. on Saturday. Okay, so we have Vader. We have Jester. We have Gamer Boy. Oh my god. I remember when we used lead speak. Of course the Gamer Boy would have his name in lead speak. Okay, let's go. I'm bringing drinks. Why can't we all just go to the arcade? Strikers arcade, really? I don't understand how you enjoy that boring place. And what, chugging a whole bottle of Cordia Light is fun for you? I think the arcade is fine. Crazy. That's gotta be Grace. That's gotta be Grace, right? Gracie. Chill, guys. I've already made the preparations. I just want us to enjoy our last time as high schoolers together. And then Kitty Lover. This must be Lisa then. Kitty Lover? Dog photo. But it's an old dog photo. And what, cats here? Nothing specific. Horse. What does this one just say? Literature, school stuff, maybe. Polaroid camera. Oh my god. Alex, thank you for the 1 month. Okwedi, super early for me here. Hope you're having a great stream. Gotta get ready for work and we'll join VOD King later. I hope you have fun. This is really good. I've been having a lot of fun with this, so I hope you enjoy the VOD. Wow, sorry about that. Let me take a cough drop. I'm still not fully recovered. The doctor said it would take 2 weeks. Okay. Good party. Party pooper. You barfed all over the couch, you boozer. Took me a week to get rid of the smell. Okay, geez, I'll be more careful next time. Great, we'll see each other this coming Saturday then. If you have questions or concerns, message in the group chat. And then 3 days later, what time are we gathering again? Scroll up, Eddie. He already mentioned the time. 7 p.m. on Saturday. Okay. Racket scientists. Hey guys, even though school is over, do you want to meet up and practice in the summer? I'm fine with meeting up, but my family and I are going out of town end of July. Anyone else? And then nobody. Aww. Okay, private stuff. Lillian. On the 22nd, guess who I saw trying to walk home with Christy today? You're definitely overreacting. Girl, I'm telling you, he's 100% into Christy. I bet you that's the only reason he joined the tennis club. Ha, if it is, thank God he did. He's one of our best players. He's gonna have a tough time getting through her brothers. I know all of them. They're all pretty nice guys. One of their best players? This Lord Killer person? See Sandra. I don't know if you heard word, but there's word going around that Christy was sexually assaulted by someone at school. She hasn't been to school in a few days. The 20... Oh. Christy was the one assaulted by Brian? What? You better not be joking. What's the school doing about it? They haven't issued any statement yet. Hopefully it's nothing. You know how she is. She's such a drama queen. You're lucky you have your brother. What's that supposed to mean? He's a big guy. Even guys are intimidated by him. The perfect creep deterrent. So the characters in this story, we have Brian, who may have assaulted Christy. And then we have Lisa, who has a brother. And then, let's see, next one. Have you heard from Christy? She hasn't been to school in a few days and she's not picking up. You haven't heard? Casey told me she was sexually assaulted by someone. WTF? Please tell me they caught this on MF. Easy there, cowboy. It's just a rumor, and the school hasn't said anything yet. Hopefully it's nothing. So Jester doesn't know either. Zing. Since Christy is graduating this year, we'll need a new captain. I think you'd be a good fit. What do you think? I was hoping you'd be up for the task. Let's talk about this tomorrow at school. I gotta go soon. Okay, talk to you later. So we have like the tennis club, tennis team. On the tennis team, as far as we know, we have Lisa, Brian, maybe Casey. It doesn't specify. Lillian? I bet you that's the only reason you joined the tennis club. Maybe. But yeah, Christy's on the team. Christy, and then I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Lillian is also part of it. So Lisa, Brian, Christy, and Lillian are on the team. Brian joined to try to get with Christy and then end up assaulting her. And then the others don't really know. We'll keep this in mind for now. Okay. It's just a messenger here. TNT, tried and true. That's a candy bar. Horse. What is this? Siblings, maybe? Yeah, that would be the brother, right? If this is Lisa when she was younger, and then that's the brother, it's a childhood photo, so like maybe he got really big after that, which is why they commented he's like really tough and threatening now. Okay. Definitely siblings, yeah. May 2003. Regional match, club photo, practice exam, grandpa's birthday, finals, tennis club preparation day. All these dates are crossed off. So wait, it's May. So that was last month. June. Last day of school. And then the party was supposed to happen this Saturday. So today's the 31st. Date. Party. Saturday. And we now know it's May 31st. May 5/31. Let's see. Well, thanks for stopping by. Get some good eats and good sleeps. Likewise, Velcro, get some good eats and good sleeps as well. Anything over here? Nothing down below. We got this. Sunday, June 1st. Sunday, June 1st. Okay. I don't see anything else that stands out. Nothing in the toilet. This part right here ends up being the most annoying part of a toilet to clean. I don't know how it gets dirty, but this part always gets dirty. I don't know why. Nothing seems to be... This just stands out. Okay. American government, physics, just basic stuff. Night of Rock application form. Group or band name: Dead Ironclad Killers. Band member contact: Brian the One at hammermail.com. Band members' name and ages: Brian, Eric, Andrew, 18, Jack is 17. List all ingredients you must include with your application: 35 deposit, signatures on waivers, music sheets with all the songs and vocal lyrics, CD tape recording of your group. Okay. Let's check out the laptop. Group chat. Grad party. Oh, you're the one. Okay, so Brian is Vader. Hi, I'm new. Hello, welcome. Welcome. Hope you're ready for some big brain crime scene investigation. Yeah. So Vader says, we're going to be, a few of us are graduating. We're going to have a grad party at our place 7 p.m. I already made the preparations. Just want to enjoy our last time as high schoolers together. We'll see each other the coming Saturday. Okay. For the band. Hey guys, we need to practice this week. Can we meet up this Tuesday? No can do. I have a track meet on Tuesday. Have a race coming out real soon. Can't do Tuesday. Agreed to tell my dad. Seems like most of us can't make it. Let's reschedule. How about Thursday? Thursday is fine with me. Good for Thursday. Cool. The 25th, and they said Thursday. 25th was the message. Thursday was on the 29th. The incident happened on the 26th. Okay. Private chats. Can you come over to my place Saturday? I want to go over a bass arrangement for the new song on the 22nd. So this is before they set up the plan for the graduation party. Come over after 5. I'll be at my dad's store until then. That reminds me, you think your dad would be willing to sponsor our next gig? I can ask. Sweet. Let me know what he says. Okay, Vader, I faxed you something. Did you get it? On the 28th, after the incident. 28th at 3:14 p.m. This notice was given on the 28th. What time? This is the parent-teacher conference, but we don't have information on when this was sent out. I think it must have been early in the morning, right? That's when the school would send it. The school would send it at the very beginning of the day to prevent him from coming to class. Okay, so this group chat with Gracie, I faxed you something. Did you get it? Hey, babe, what the hell am I looking at? This just came in today. Keep this between us, please. I don't want anyone else to know this. Is this true? Of course not. You think I'd be sharing this if it was true? I bet you $1 million it was Christy. I was thinking the same. Can you talk to her? I swear I'm going to kill her next time I see her. Calm down. Don't make this any worse than it is. Just talk to her. Only she can make this go away. Fine. What? You think I'd be sharing this if it was true? False allegations? Gaslighting? Okay. As far as we know, Brian allegedly assaulted Christy. Brian is actively in a relationship with Grace. Christy alleges with what we know. However, we also know that Lisa has commented saying that Christy is dramatic. And then even Gracie says, I bet you $1,000,000 it was Christy. So there's like, there were conversations going on in the high school about that. Okay, let's keep going. On the 29th, dude, you just can't bail. I'm really sorry something came up. We can't practice without a drummer, and you're the only one who knows how to play the drums. Do you know how important this gig is? On the 29th, Jester says, I'm really sorry something came up, and doesn't mention it. I wonder, did... Private chat with Jester. On the 30th, have you heard from Christy? She hasn't been to school. You haven't heard? Casey told me she was sexually assaulted by someone. So it wasn't even... So this is after. This is the 30th. And the message that Jester said that he can't be there to practice was on the 29th. Okay, let's keep going. What other pieces of information do we have? Skull and roses, skull and rose wine. Signatures, that's kind of cool. Wednesday, October. Kill feels too red. Okay. Oh. Bad Owl. I'm not sure what that is. A stand for the guitar. And here's the amp. I'm not sure what this one is for. More musical stuff? Dead Ironclad Killers. Yeah, it's for his band. Is it a Guns N' Roses reference? Skull and Rose Wine? I thought it was a Guns N' Roses, but I was like, wait a minute. Like Rose Wine? Maybe? A keyboard? Oh, for the band, maybe. Okay, so Brian's keys are in here. It was opened with the set of spares. It's a clamp thingy for guitars. I don't know. I don't know what it's for, but I know it's for clamping. Okay. A single bullet, though. It has been fired because you can see the dent in the firing cap. But would any of them? Lisa knows how to use firearms. There's a photo of her at what I'm assuming is a shooting range. I don't think firearm training is standard for Girl Scouts, so I don't... Okay. Gun-Ho Roy, highest and furthest of the stars, Cactus Peak, Enchanted Oasis, Eternal Nightmares, Revelations Crescent, Dragons of Tavern, Honor and Duty 2. Wait, this one is hard. There's very little to go off of. The olive and the pepper kind of make a smiley face on the pizza. Wait, that's kind of cute. Oh. Andrew. Eric. A lot of people were here. Okay.
Going by the names of all the attendants, we have Lisa, Grace, Brian, Kyle. Wait, no, not Kyle. Jack, Andrew,
and who was the last one? Eric. Okay. Let's see if we connect all of them together. So in the group chat, graduation party,
we know Vader is Brian, so he's accounted for. So this Vader is Brian.
Lisa goes by Kitty Lover.
Lisa is Kitty Lover. I'm gonna assume Grace goes by Gracie.
Jack, Andrew, and Eric, who are the band members here. Jack, Andrew, and Eric are the band members. Does it say what instrument they play? Wait. It doesn't say what instrument they play, just their age. Okay. Private chat to Jester. I wonder if this is Jack Jester. I'm just going off the letters, but it's a band member. So one of these is the drummer. One of them is the drummer, Jack. I don't know which of the three. Drummer goes by Jester. We have Gamer Boy. Will be at my dad's store until 5. Okay, so one of these is Gamer Boy. And then Gracie must be Grace. Ironclad Killers. Strikers is the last one. Okay, so Jack, Andrew, Eric, one of them is Jester, Gamer Boy, and Strikers. Okay, we can account for all the names here and all the attendees. There was one guy who couldn't hold his drink. Sponsor for the next gig. That's Grace, Jester, you can't bail. The Striker says can't meet on Tuesday, can't do it Tuesday, gotta help. Most of us can't make it. It's scheduled Thursday. And then let's see, Eric? Was it Eric? Bloody Deloon, hello, thank you for the raid on Twitch. Welcome. Hello, Raiders. Let's see. Group chat? Lord Killer. I don't think Lord Killer matters here. Someone needs to watch over Eric. Make sure he doesn't drink so much. Party pooper. You barfed all over the couch, booster. Okay, Eric is Strikers. Okay, there we go. Which means Jester and Gamer Boy are not accounted for. Okay, geez, I'll be more careful next time. Great, we'll see each other on Saturday. When are we meeting up again? Scroll up. Gamer Boy. Chugging a whole bottle of Cordial Light is fun for you? Why can't we just go to the arcade? What did Jester say? Jester says, I'm bringing the drinks. Jester. Scroll up, you idiot. He already mentioned the time. So it says Jester's bringing the drinks. I wonder if we have like a receipt from... It wouldn't have a name on it, right? Nothing here. Oh wait, the trash can. Sniffer. Oh wait. Sniffer. No, I can't click on anything. There's nothing interactable with the trash can. Darn. Anything here? No. We really don't have much to go off of, do we?
Who died? I'm assuming it's Brian Olsen because Brian, this isn't his room. Brian Olsen. Who was the second last to arrive? Who is the owner of the blue sports bag? Lisa. Who is the killer? Killer. Super dangerous mega giga fizzy pop carbonated soft drink. Gotta remember the original Four Loko. Killer. Killer, killer, killer. They were shot first. And then they fell down. Any evidence? Not really. Oh! Interviews. Yo, okay. Wait. Interview of suspect 1. No wonder the crime scene itself was so bare bones. June 1st, 2003. Interview of suspect 1, Christy. Officer, hello, Miss Carter. Oh. The Miss Carter that's listed in there is Christy. She's the one that had the summer program. Okay. Hello, Miss Carter. Can you please answer my question? Huh? Oh, I'm so sorry. What was the question again? Did you go see Brian on the 31st of May? No. Did you have any physical contact with him at all during this week? No. When was the last time you met or spoke with Brian? Maybe a week and a half ago? Are you aware that Mr. Brian Olsen is dead? What? Are you sure? He was killed last night in his apartment. Where were you on the night of the 31st of May? I was at home. When was the last time you met and spoke with Brian? On the 31st of May. 31st. 31st. So the past week, when the allegation of sexual harassment came in, it says on May 26th. Is it not Christy? Okay, it makes sense why the reporting student's name isn't listed on there. It's to protect the privacy and protect them, right? So the other students are assuming it's Christy. Wait, no, Christy claimed, right? Casey told me she was sexually assaulted by someone. I don't know if you heard, but word is going around that Christy was sexually assaulted by someone at school. She hasn't been to school in a few days. Hopefully something, you know how she is. She's such a drama queen. Word is going around that Christy has been sexually assaulted by someone. She hasn't been to school in a few days. But the 26th are finals. Gossip? Why would her bag be in this house? Wait. Where were you on the night of the 31st of May? I was at home. 31st of May, 31st, party. She's lying about being at home. Okay, there's a couple things going on here, okay? We don't know that Christy was the one who spread the rumor. We don't know who the person who reported the sexual assault was, all right? It is entirely possible that someone else is using Christy staying home and being truant and not going to school as a cover to be like, oh yeah, the reason why she's not doing it is because she was sexually assaulted by someone. And then the report goes that we don't know who initiated that, okay? The letter doesn't specify or any chance of a sibling. It doesn't specify, it just says the student contract form, your student summer. Yeah, it doesn't mention specifically Christy. But we don't know if Christy has a sibling or not right now. Yeah, Lisa's the one with the sibling. Lisa lives here, and she's the one with the older brother. The other log says Christy has a brother. No, that's Lisa. It's over here because Lisa's the one talking, and Casey mentions you're lucky you have a brother to Lisa, and I was like, what's that supposed to mean? It's like, he's a big guy, even guys are intimidated by him. Perfect creep deterrent. So Lillian here? Guess who I saw trying to walk home with Christy today? You're definitely overreacting. Girl, I'm telling you, he's 100% into Christy. I bet that's the only reason he joined the tennis club. He's gonna have a tough time getting through her brothers. Wait, so Christy does have brothers. Wait, we never know who joined. Could it be a different person? Okay, Christy has multiple brothers. Okay, hang on. The allegation is Brian had sexually assaulted a student. All right? Let's keep them separate for now. Let's not confound these two. Let's not conflate the two things, okay? The allegation is Brian allegedly sexually assaulted a student. We don't know who it is. There is a separate rumor that says Christy was sexually assaulted. So, based on this, it's easy to just connect the dots and say, obviously, Christy must have been the victim. But we don't know that for certain because this is just a rumor. I don't know if you heard, but word is going around that Christy was sexually assaulted by someone. For the time being, let's keep them separate. Okay? Because here's the thing. It follows up over here when Lillian says, guess who I saw trying to walk home with Christy? I'm telling you, he's 100% into Christy. I bet you that's the only reason he joined the tennis club. Note that this person we don't know who they're talking about. There's this new male student who joined the tennis club who even Lisa considers to be one of their best players. Right? This is Lisa who has multiple awards herself. She considers this new guy to be the best player. However, we know that he doesn't do anything with sports. There's nothing here that suggests he does tennis. Brian, if anything, has conversations with his friends about band practice. Nothing about partying or nothing about tennis. So I feel it's unlikely that Brian is the one who recently joined the tennis club just to try to get with Christy. It has to have been someone else. Didn't she chat with someone that wanted him to be tennis captain? Yeah. Private chat with this Zane individual. Since Christy is graduating this year, we'll need a new captain. I think you'd be a good fit. What do you think? I was hoping you'd be up for the task. Let's talk about this tomorrow. I gotta go soon. So another male another male student recently joined tennis club. And then Lisa considers this student to be one of their best tennis players, which would make sense here with Zane saying, I think you'd be a good fit. Being one of our best tennis players on the team, I think you'd be a good fit to be the captain. That makes sense, right? Zane? Well, it's not any of these. It's not Eric, Andrew, or Jack, because we can account for them having been at the party. Because in the group chat for the grad party, Zane does not appear in any of this. So I'm guessing Zane is not part of this friend group. Racket scientists, because tennis racket, like haha racket, but also like rocket scientist, like it's a play. Racket scientists is a separate thing. Lisa and there's Lord Killer here too. Hey guys, even though school is over, do you still want to meet up with practice? I'm fine with meeting up, but my family and I are going to be out of town at the end of July. Anyone else? And no one. So this new person that joined may be Zane, who says we need a new captain for the tennis team. I think you'd be a good fit. So it could possibly be Zane, Zayn, or it could be Lord Killer 34. These are the only two people who we know are not related to this group friend circle here, but are part of the tennis club, who may have recently joined the club. Mickey, thanks for stopping by. Get some good eats and good sleeps. Could he be Jester? He asked about Christy. Have you heard from Christy? She hasn't been to school in a few days and she's not picking up. Haven't you heard? Casey told me she was sexually assaulted by someone. WTF? Please tell me they caught this MF. We know that Jester is either Jack or Andrew from the band. So we can account for them not being the person, for not being the one who recently joined. Recently joined. Okay. We got that clear now. Okay. We're going to keep the sexual assault allegation suspension paperwork and the school rumor separate as we go back. Okay. However, we know that Christy lied. Wait. Does Christy have Christy, Jack, Lisa, Andrew Carter? Is it? Wait, hold up, go. You know what? Let's go through these one by one. Big Ham, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Can we get some hearts in chat for the gifted memberships? Thank you. Please enjoy the channel badge and the emotes. All right, suspect number 2, Jack. So, you're also in the band. Yes, I play the bass. I also play guitar, but usually end up playing the bass. How would you describe your relationship with Brian? Brian? Honestly, he's more of Eric's friend than mine. Eric and I have known each other since elementary and have been tight since. Eric introduced me to Brian in high school and we started playing together. Can you go over your accounts of the incident? I was working for most of the day. Jack was working for most of the day. Jack is Gamer Boy. I'll be at my dad's store. Okay. Jack, we can confirm is Gamer Boy. Which makes Andrew Jester. No, I tore the paper. Sorry, I was really excited. I pressed way too tight on the notepad. Okay, we can confirm all the characters and their usernames in the chat. I was working for most of the day. I eventually left and head to Brian's place. Bumped into Grace at the lobby and we both went up together. So Brian and not Brian. Brian's home, or Brian's place, I guess. Place. So, Jack and Grace came together around the same time when they arrived. When did you arrive? Around 6:45. Did you recall seeing anyone right before entering the apartment? No. I mean, other than the guy at the desk. All of us had something to drink, so some things might be unclear. I do remember Grace being pretty obnoxious the whole night. I finished my drink and left the apartment. Why did you leave? As I mentioned to the other officer, Brian was smoking heavily and I can't stand the smell of it. Where did you go? I went back home. Was anyone with you at the time? Anyone who could corroborate your story? No. Not even the man at the front desk? Look, this is getting annoying. I didn't do anything wrong. You've got nothing on me, just let me go. Okay, so at Brian's place, Jack and Grace arrived, but Jack left. Next, Lisa. Okay. Lisa. Yes, I am one of the tenants of the apartment. How close are you with your brother? Close enough. I mean, we don't talk about deep things or anything. He mostly keeps to himself. Are you aware of the allegations towards him? Oh. Lisa and Brian are siblings? Lisa, Brian, siblings. So when Lillian was mentioning, you're lucky you have your brother, and she's like, what does that mean? It's like, well, Brian is big and chases off creeps. I was asking about that earlier since they're in the same home. I don't know what the general like living circumstances are like, but that does make sense. Are you aware of the allegations toward him? What allegations? Okay, let's change the topic. Out of all the attendees, has any of them shown violent behaviors or tendencies? Violent? Not really. Well, actually, Andrew has been suspended a few times for getting into fights. Okay, Andrew. Violent? Question mark? Well, we can't say he's violent. We can just say that he's been suspended for violence. Because, like, you know, it could be like the school system, you know, where he gets bullied and then he fights back and the school's like, how dare you fight back? We're going to suspend you and do nothing about the bully. It could be one of those, you know, because I know, like, American schools, you know, it could be something dumb like that. So we can't say he is violent. We can just say he's suspended for violence. Giggles, thanks for something, Mike. Get some good eats and good sleeps. Can you recall the last time he got into a fight? Last week, actually. He and this other guy were fighting over a girl. Wait, you guys don't actually think he did it, right? Do you usually lock the door to your room? Yes, I like to keep my room private. Brian sometimes has friends over, so I lock it anytime I have to head out. But you said you lost your key. I was coming back from a friend's house and I must have accidentally left it there. I was coming back from a friend's house and must have accidentally left it there. Lisa claims to have lost her key. Claims to have lost keys. As someone who lives here would know where to find the spare. Okay. Virtual Angel, thank you for the gifted membership. What time did you leave your friend's house? Around 6:30 p.m. So, how did you get in the apartment? Well, it was already open. Most of them were already inside. Brian must have let them in. What time did you arrive? Around 7. Do you keep a spare key? Yes, we keep a spare key on the kitchen wall, but it was missing. Someone must have taken it. So she knew about the spare key, but it was missing by the time she got there. Someone else took it. Someone else took it? Can you recall exactly when you noticed the spare key went missing? I checked as soon as I came back, but it was already gone, around 7 p.m. Okay. So, how did you get into your room? Brian used his key set to let me in. How often do you have parties at your apartment? Do you often have parties at your apartment? Yes, mostly for special occasions, but sometimes just to hang out on the weekend. Is there often alcohol involved? Yeah, Andrew usually buys the drink for us. Andrew. The rest of them are, it looks like they're underage, so they wouldn't be able to purchase it. Andrew must be older than 21 in order to have an ID in order to purchase the alcohol, right? Could you repeat what you told us? I was asleep, I woke up, it was dark. I went to the restroom, and that's when I saw him lying there in his room. I didn't know what to do. And then what happened? I panicked and screamed. Moments later, Andrew came running by, gave me a panic attack. Do you have any suspicion as to who the murderer could be? I don't know. I don't understand how this could happen. We're all really good friends. I was asleep. I woke up. It was dark. I went to the restroom, and that's when I saw him lying there in his room. I was asleep. I went to the restroom, and that's when I saw he was lying there. It was dark? The lights were off? The party had already finished? Andrew was still there? What? I am going to take everything she says as true. We're going to compare her story with everyone else, but for the time being, let's assume everything she said is true, because if everything is true, or everything they say they believe to be true, inconsistencies will start to appear once we start comparing with everyone else's story. But for now, something doesn't line up here, but we're going to assume everything is true. Andrew, this person, the one that wasn't in the chat room, but they regularly or frequently enough purchase alcohol for this group of friends. Andrew, can you please account when you and the others arrived at the apartment? Well, I arrived at the apartment around the same time as Lisa, and everyone was already there. So I don't know when the others arrived. Okay. Andrew? Around the same time as Lisa, and everyone was already there. Andrew... Everyone was already there, so Andrew showed up later. Showed up at party later than everyone else, around the same time as Lisa. What happened after? I don't know, man. I thought you have all the answers. It's after midnight. I'm tired as hell. I gotta go soon. What happened after? I was in the toilet puking for quite a bit, and then I woke up Eric. And where was Jack during this time? I don't know. No one saw him for the rest of the night. Were you the one who brought the drinks to the party? You were the one who brought drinks to the party, correct? Yes. You're not old enough to drink. How did you purchase them? Did you contaminate the drinks in any capacity? What? Of course I didn't contaminate the drinks. You do know that underage drinking and purchase of alcohol is a misdemeanor. Really, that's all you got? I thought you guys were trying to solve a murder. Get serious. It's a complete waste of time. None of my friends did what you're suggesting. Andrew. Grad party? I'm bringing the drinks. Jester? Wait. I thought we confirmed that... Oh, wait, no, we did confirm Jester. Andrew is the Jester. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay. All right. I arrived at the apartment at the same time Lisa and everybody was already there. I don't know when the others arrived, so he was one of the later people to show up. What happened after? I was in the toilet puking for quite a bit. And then I woke up Eric. Where was Jack? I don't know. None of us saw him for the rest of the night. Thanks for stopping by. Get some good eats and good sleeps. He woke up Eric, but no one had track of Jack. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Grace, can you elaborate more on your relationship with Brian? I already told you. He and I have been dating for about a year and things were going well. Can you please tell us your accounts of the evening? Look, Christy is 100% guilty here. That lying bitch has been trying to get in between Brian and I ever since we got together. She can't stomach that he chose me, or not her. I'm telling you, that girl's batshit psycho. Please calm down, Miss Burns. Don't tell me to calm down. That girl should be behind bars. Please just answer the question. Fine. I arrived at the apartment at the same time as Jack. Okay, hang on, let me go back and check. Jack. Where's Jack's testimony? It does check out. They arrived around the same time because Jack says that he met Grace at the lobby. Okay. We got out of the elevator just in time to see Christy leave the apartment and run off. Why the hell was she even there? Does she not even... Wait. Christy was there? We got out of the elevator just in time to see Christy leave the apartment and run off. Wait, then why did Jack not mention that? He just said, oh, they were smoking and I didn't like the smell of smoke, so I left. But, okay, so Grace plus Jack arrived at the same time, took the elevator together up to the 4th floor. Grace says that she saw Christy leaving. Saw Christy leaving? Why was she even there? Does she not even... Miss Burns, please focus. Are you sure you saw Miss Carter leave the apartment? Oh, 100%. She's the only girl in the world that has dyed green hair and braids her hair like that. Please continue. After Andrew came with the drinks, we all started to play a drinking game. This went on for most of the night and I eventually knocked out. Can you recall if anyone passed out before you did? Sorry, I can't. I completely blacked out. Guess I must have drank too much because the cops already arrived by the time I woke up. What? Yeah, Christy says... Where were you on the night of the 31st of May? I was at home. On one hand, Christy is lying. On the other hand, technically it wasn't nighttime yet. It was evening. Late afternoon, early evening. So if she was already leaving by the time it was like 7 p.m., she could have been home at the night of the 31st. You know, like that's... I don't know how nitpicky the game is going to be. So like technically... Okay. What's the last interview? Eric's account. Can you please account when you and the others arrived at the apartment? I know I was the 4th to arrive. Brian, Grace, and Jack were already there. Okay, Brian was home. Grace and Jack arrived at roughly the same time, and then Eric showed up. Afterwards, it would be Lisa and Andrew. Okay. I must have missed something because Grace's attitude was off the entire time. Maybe Grace and Brian had a fight? I have no idea. I was super glad when Lisa arrived. She always lightens the mood. I think Andrew was last to come. He's always late for everything. So Lisa arrived a little bit before Andrew. But Andrew was the one bringing the drinks. But he showed up last? Huh. Were you drinking that night? We all were. Gracie doesn't usually drink that much, but that night she was chugging as if there were no tomorrow. Anything to note that night? I'm not sure how drunk I was, but I do remember Jack and Brian were arguing for a bit. Things got pretty heated, but Brian eventually got up and locked himself in his room. You were the one who called 911, correct? Yes. It says here on the report you discovered the body and called law enforcement after 2 hours. Why did it take you so long to call law enforcement? Because Andrew was completely against it. And why was he against calling the authorities? Something about underage drinking and getting him in more trouble than the rest of us. I see. Look, I know he's a little dumb at times, but trust me, he didn't do this. Mic stopped working. What? Why would the mic stop working? Oh my god. Nari, hey, thank you for the raid. Hello, Nari. Welcome, welcome. Yo, Yulings, welcome. Hello, raid on Twitch. I hope you guys are strap in. There's crime. There's a body. Look at that. Stiffa. Okay. The mic stops working here. Just out of the blue. Of course the mic stops working, right? What part of you I don't remember much do you not understand? Please calm down. We just want to clarify certain details. Please tell us again. Like I said, I was drinking heavily last night. Must have passed out because the next moment I remember Andrew was waking me up by pouring water on my face. Lisa tells me you had a pretty big argument with Brian last week. You want to tell me about that? Seriously? You guys are reaching. He wasn't my case about interrupting rehearsals with my mistakes. I've been busy recently, so I haven't had much time to practice. But come on, there's no way I'd kill him over something like that. I have my pride as a musician. I was gonna show him up on the performance. Curious. Valentali, thank you for the raid. Hello, welcome. Panda Parade, that's cute. Is that a gunshot hole? No. I think that's just the latch on the lock. Okay, so the events of the night, they all decide to have a party. Chronologically, very first thing that happens is at the very beginning, Brian is setting up his place for the graduation party. Christy shows up first before everyone and then leaves. We don't know what she does, but we know that she has very distinct hair, and Grace can confirm that no one else has green hair and braids. So Brian sets up the party. Christy shows up but leaves before Jack and Grace enter. Christy shows up but then leaves. Jack and Grace arrive. We don't really know when Jack leaves, but sometime during the night they start smoking and then Jack leaves later. We don't know if he leaves after everyone else arrives. Wait, when did Jack say he left? Jack says, all of us have something to drink, so something's unclear. I do remember Grace being pretty obnoxious the whole night. I finished my drink and left the apartment. Why did you leave? Brian was smoking heavily and I can't stand the smell of it. Okay, so Brian was the one smoking. Hope your stream's going well. Stream is going well. Yeah. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for sending it your community over here. Yeah. Hope you guys strap in. Okay. Christy. Did you go see Brian on the 31st of May? No, that's a lie. Any physical contact with him at all during this week? No. Well, technically we don't know that one. When was the last time you met or spoke with Brian? Maybe a week and a half ago. Where were you on the night of the 31st? I was at home. Are you aware that Brian Olsen is dead? What? Are you sure? Didn't someone say Jack had a fight with someone? Did Grace mention that? Let's see, Christy. Andrew came with the drinks. We started playing. Then I drink a lot and knocked out. Eric says, I remember Jack and Brian were arguing for a bit. Things got pretty heated, but Brian eventually got up and locked himself in his room. I was the fourth to arrive. Lisa said she showed up around 7, right? Grace and Jack showed up around 6:45. So within that time period, so like sometime in those 15-minute period, Eric showed up. Must have missed something because Grace's attitude was off the entire time. So since that point on, Grace was having attitude. I think it's because she saw Christy there. This one off for most of the night and I eventually knocked out. She doesn't mention anything about what happened during the party, just that she just drank a lot. All of her information is right before and just angry at Christy. Grace is having a crash out because of Christy. Yeah. Let's see. Tino Dennis. Hello, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Grace usually doesn't drink that much, but that night she was chugging as if there was no tomorrow. Part of the crash out, saw Christy there, got really pissed off and was like, I hate Christy. Chug, chug, chug. Could be that. Grace upset upon seeing Christy. Jack didn't mention anything about Christy. Yeah, that's the thing. Why didn't Jack say anything? I also play bass, guitar. Eric's more of Eric's friend. Arrived around 6:45. Do you recall seeing anyone before entering the apartment? No, I mean, other than the guy at the front desk. All of us had something to drink, so something's might be unclear. I do remember Grace being pretty obnoxious the whole night. Why did Jack not? Because Grace says that they took the elevator at the same time. I arrived at this apartment at the same time as Jack. We got out of the elevator just in time to see Christy leave the apartment and run off. Why the hell was she even there? But Jack doesn't say anything other than the guy at the front desk. Jack and Grace's stories don't match at all, right? There's an inconsistency here. Jack leaves later in the party. Grace stays and gets completely passed out drunk. Eric also drinks. What does Andrew say again? Arrived at the same time as Lisa. Everyone was already there. I was in the toilet puking quite a bit, and then I woke up Eric. Checks out, because Eric was there drinking a lot, right? I'm not sure how drunk I was, but I do remember Jack and Brian were arguing for a bit. So this is before Brian started smoking. Jack and Brian were arguing. Things got pretty heated. Brian eventually got up and locked himself in his room. Spare keys. The door was locked. Jack says Brian was smoking heavily and I can't stand the smell of it. They were having a heated argument and then Brian went to lock himself in his room. He started smoking heavily? Ashtray? That? So did the argument happen before? Like they're standing here, they're arguing, and they're in a fight, and then Brian's like, I can't handle this, I need to smoke. So he starts smoking. And then Jack's like, oh, I can't stand it, and he leaves. This would be the... The elevator is down there. If Grace says we arrived in the elevator the same time at around the same time with Jack, just in time to see Christy, Christy would be walking back this way, so they would have had to cross paths. Arguing about the smoking? It doesn't say they got in a fight. I remember Jack and Brian were arguing for a bit. Things got heated, but Brian eventually got up and locked himself in the room. Didn't mention anything about the smoking, though. It says here you discovered the body and called law enforcement after 2 hours. Why did it take you so long to call law enforcement? Because Andrew was against it. Oh, hey, Axel. Hey, Axolotls. Welcome, welcome. Hope you guys are having a good one. The thing is, I don't get it. None of them mentioned a gunshot. This is loud. Even a handgun, it is loud. Even if you are knocked out or like drunk, you're gonna hear it. It was fired in the room. We can see the firing cap. Like, looking. Thank you for the gift of memberships. Thank you, thank you. Even if you're asleep, right? It would wake you up. It would wake you up because, like, Lisa, what's Lisa's story? Where is it? Okay. Out of all the attendees, have any of them shown violent behaviors or tendencies? Violent? Actually, Andrew has been suspended for getting in a few fights. Can you recall the last time he got into a fight? Last week, actually. He and this other guy were fighting over a girl. Do you usually lock the door to your room? Yes, I keep my room private. Brian sometimes has friends over, so I lock it anytime I have to head out. Head on. Thank you for the super. Thank you. If water woke one up, the gunshot would definitely do it. Exactly, right? What time did you leave your friends? When did you get to the apartment? It was around 7. It was already open. Most of them were already inside. Brian must have let them in. Do you keep a spare key? Yes, we keep a spare on the kitchen wall, but it was missing. Someone must have taken it. This is where they probably hung up the spare key. I checked as soon as I came back. It was already gone. So the party was underway. Jack, Grace, and Eric were already there. So, of the people... Wait. Of the people who may have taken the key, Jack, Grace, and Eric are the suspects who may have taken the key. Lisa never says they found it again, that it just went missing, right? So, one of them could have pocketed the key. Jack left the party sometime during the argument, right? Assuming that the argument happened, or assuming Eric's testimony is correct. Jack and Brian were arguing for a bit. Things got heated. Brian eventually left and locked himself in his room. I'm going to go on a limb and assume that Jack left the party after this happened. They fought. They got heated up. Brian left and locked himself in the room, right? So Jack leaves afterwards, which means he probably would not have taken the spare key. So we're going to rule out Jack, because we know the spare key right now is stuck inside the lock of this door right here. So whoever took the key would still have had to have pocketed it and kept it and held on to it. So that leaves Grace and Eric as the only suspects who would have taken and held on to the key. All right. What did Eric say? They were arguing for a bit, locked himself in his room. He's the one who called 911. It says you on the report, you discovered the body. Called law enforcement 2 hours afterwards. Something about underage drinking. That makes sense. Eric doesn't want to get caught for underage drinking because he's using a fake ID or whatever, right? That's fine. I know he's dumb, but trust me, he didn't do this. Eric is defending Andrew at this point. He's saying Andrew didn't do it. What part of I don't remember much do you not understand? We want to clarify certain details. Tell us again. I was drinking heavily that night. I must have passed out because the next moment I remember Andrew was waking me up by pouring water on my face. Lisa tells me you had a pretty big argument with Brian last week. Want to tell me about that? Seriously, you guys are reaching. It was about the music. Okay, so Eric. We confirmed Eric's username as Strikers. So Brian and he were having an argument. Strikers. I have a track meet on Tuesday. A race coming up real soon. Thursday's fine with me. Doesn't seem like they had that much of an argument in the week prior. Are they covering for each other? What did Lisa say? Lisa says, okay. Eric or Grace took the spare key and hid it. Right now, my suspicion is on Grace, right? Because she doesn't normally drink that much. However, the other guests have commented that she was being obnoxious, that she was drinking a lot more than usual, right? So, because Brian has his own keys. There'd be no reason for him to take the spares. And plus, if the spares are being used, the door was locked from the inside. So it's Grace. I'm gonna put an asterisk next to her name because I think she may be the one, or Eric. Okay. She was saying a lot of detail. She was trying to put the blame on Christy. Like, she was focused so much on Christy. Like, oh, Christy's 100% guilty. She's psycho. Like, we got at the elevator. Christy was there. Why was she even there? Blah, 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 blah. She's the only girl in the world that has dyed green hair and braids. Okay. Andrew came with the drinks. We all started playing a drinking game. This went on for most of the night, and I eventually knocked out. She doesn't comment about what happened. The others mention and comment on her being obnoxious and acting differently during the night. But all she says is, yeah, we played a drinking game. I drank, passed out. That's it. Christy could have taken it, left, and returned. I don't know, though. Because we don't have any... I don't know why Christy would have returned. Definitely covering for each other, using drinking as an excuse to conveniently forget. I'm so invested, but I have to sleep. Oh no. Get some good eats and sleeps, purple. Didn't one of the others confirm that Grace was passed out? I believe so. Lisa says... Andrew buys drinks for us. I was asleep, woke up, it was dark, went to the restroom, and that's when I saw him lying there in his room. I didn't know what to do. Wait. According to Lisa's, she was asleep. She doesn't say she was passed out. She said she was asleep. Woke up. It was dark. The party had already finished, I'm guessing. I'm going to assume it, or maybe that the party had wrapped up and they were all passed out. I went to the restroom and that's when I saw him lying there in his room. And then moments later, Andrew came running by. Lisa discovers the body. And then Andrew shows up. But Eric says, you discovered the body and called law enforcement after 2 hours. Eric claims to be the one who discovered the body. But they didn't report it for 2 hours. So, Eric claims to have discovered the body, but did not report for 2 hours. Andrew was there the whole time. So the party happened. Lisa says Lisa is done for the night and then goes to sleep. She goes to bed. It's dark. She wakes up, goes to... No, wait. Lisa must have been here. Also in the living room. Because according to Lisa, she woke up. It was dark. I went to the restroom and that's when I saw. So Lisa, all them drinking here, a few of them were knocked out. Lisa wakes up. It's dark. The lights are off. She comes this way to go to the restroom, but then sees this scene. And that's when she saw Brian's body there. That's when she discovered it. Okay? So, chronologically, what could have happened was Eric and Andrew were passed out. But... where's Andrew say? I was on the toilet puking for a bit, and then I woke up Eric. I was on the toilet puking for a bit, and then I went to go wake up Eric. You come over here, you wake up Eric, because he's still passed out. Eric claims to have been the one who discovered the body and called law enforcement 2 hours afterwards. So, Eric is one of the suspects that we know may have had the chance to steal the spare key. Now, it says that Eric comments that Jack and Brian were arguing for a bit. Things got pretty heated. Brian locked himself in his room. Okay? So, Andrew is puking. Goes over here to Eric, goes like, hey, Eric, you okay? Wait, does he splash water on him or something like that? Who said he splashed water on him? Eric showed up. Andrew contaminate the drinks. No, I woke up Eric. Eric says he was woken up by water or something like that? Yeah, I was drinking heavily that night. Must have passed out because the next moment I remember Andrew waking me up by pouring water on my face. Pouring water on my face. I don't see any cups. That's Eric. That's his drink, though. I don't think that's water. Okay, so Eric is passed out. Lisa is passed out. Brian, by this point, has gotten to the fight with Jack, who's left the apartment, and Brian has locked himself in the place. Andrew, who's completely drunk, stumbles over here. Door's locked. Stumbles over here, starts puking. After he finishes puking, he comes back and he's like, bro, what's going on? Hey, Eric, you cool? Because Andrew and Eric are closer together than they are with Brian, right? He goes, hey, wake up, dude. It's not funny, right? And then splashes water on him. Eric wakes up and goes, what the hell's going on? And then Andrew's like, yeah, man, you're passed out. And then Eric wakes up from here and goes like, oh, shit. Everyone's passed out. Sees Lisa also knocked out and says, oh shit, what's going on, man? Like, what's going on here? He comes over here, sees that Brian's door is still locked. Eric, having taken the spare key at the beginning of the party, says, oh shit, Brian's been locked inside his room the whole time. Let me use the spare key to open up the door. Opens it up, sees the body lying down with the gunshot wound, and then freaks out. He wants to go call the cops, but at this point, it's just him and Andrew who are conscious and awake. Andrew doesn't want to get arrested for purchasing alcohol as a minor, says, no, don't do it. So they're sitting here, they're freaking out, they don't know what to do for 2 hours. During the 2 hours, Lisa wakes up, it's dark. Are Andrew and Eric pretending to be sleeping? Or something? But Lisa needs to go to the bathroom, so she comes over here. The door's already open because Eric had opened the door with the spare key. She sees the body and freaks out and screams, at which point Andrew wakes up and comes over here and goes, what's going on? That's how the story is playing out, trying to take care of all the inconsistencies put together. The only person I can't fit into it is what the hell is Grace doing the whole time? What was Grace doing? Because all she says in her testimony is, I was drinking and I knocked out. Doesn't say anything else. The gunshot with the bullet casing didn't wake her up. The boys shuffling around, Andrew splashing water on Eric didn't wake her up. Lisa's scream didn't wake her up. What was Grace doing? I guess I must have drank a bit too much because the cops had already arrived by the time I woke up. She slept through all of that? All of it. When Eric and... Oh, hello. Hello, Keaton. Hello, welcome, raiders. Thank you for the raid. So... Grace was passed out the whole night. She claims she was passed out the whole night. She drank a lot more than usual. Yeah. Were you drinking that night? Grace usually doesn't drink that much, but that night she was chugging as if there was no tomorrow. So she may have been a lightweight who just got completely smashed. Possible. And a heavy sleeper to sleep through all the commotion? Grace might be pretending to be asleep all the way through. I don't... Drinking in a stupor to avoid guilt? Okay, if Brian is the one who died, what the hell is this bullet doing here? Does Lisa own any firearms that she may have? Like, look, her room is pristine. Like, there's no mess here. I think she keeps her room locked up. Because she says, you know, oh yeah, like, Brian sometimes has guests over, so I keep my place locked up whenever I leave. So no one has been in here. No guns? I don't think she's armed. It's possible none of the other testimonies mentioned Grace being up and about. True, yeah. It does make sense. Grace just showed up, drank, and then knocked out. Eric. I was the fourth to arrive. Brian, Grace, and Jack were already there. I must have missed something because Grace's attitude was off the entire time. Maybe Grace and Brian had a fight? I have no idea. I was super glad when Lisa arrived. She always lightens the mood. Andrew was the last to come. He's always late for everything. Grace doesn't drink that much, but she was chugging as if there was no tomorrow. I arrived at the same time, was puking, saw Jack. I don't know. Where was Jack during this time? I don't know. No one saw him. No one saw him for the rest of the night. You were the one who brought. Wait. And where was Jack during this time? I don't know. No one saw us. No one saw him. None of us saw him for the rest of the night. It does check out. Jack did leave before the party ended. That part checks out. I woke up Eric. Again, that checks out with what Eric was saying. He was waking me up with some water by pouring water on my face. Jack. When did you arrive? Around 5:45. Calling was. Why would he lie though? Something doesn't. Inconsistency number one is Jack and Grace. Jack claims to have not seen Christy. Even though Jack and Grace take the same elevator and go up the same stairs, Grace comments that they see Christy. So why is that the inconsistency here? Other than the guy at the front desk, all of us are listening to drinks, so I don't remember Grace being pretty obnoxious the whole night. After I finished my drink, I left the apartment. But doesn't mention Christy. Could it? No. Hang on. Door, lock, nothing. Like, crazy theory. They show up. Lisa says by the time it was around 7, the spare key was already gone, right? So it's Brian already lives there. Rule him out. Grace, Eric, and Jack. Crazy theory. Jack shows up pretty early along with Grace, sees Christy, and is like, yeah, let's kill Brian. Okay? Just follow along with me here, okay? Jack comes in here, makes a dash for the spare key, pockets the spare key, right? Acts like nothing's happening. They're just chatting, they're having fun, blah, 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 whatever, right? They're having a great time. Eric shows up, and then they're like, okay, cool, yeah, they're having some more fun. However, this whole time, Grace is in a sour mood. She's been in a sour mood since the very beginning, probably because she saw Christy, right? And then Lisa comes in, Andrew shows up last with the drinks, and then they start drinking. As they start drinking, Jack is here, having pocketed the keys, getting in a fight with Brian, and then is like, oh, you suck. And then Brian starts smoking because he needs to stress, like, wind down from all the stress of the fighting, and then goes, oh, whatever, later, loser. And then Jack takes the key and leaves. All right, the rest of the people here, Brian is inside his room. He's locked it from the inside. The other 4 are here: Lisa, Eric, Andrew, and Grace. Grace drinks herself to pass out, and then Eric, Andrew, and Lisa stay awake as the only 3 people playing the games until they eventually also pass out, because at this point Grace is already knocked out. Grace then wakes up, leaves, meets up with Jack to hand the keys over, comes back. No, that doesn't make sense. None of them have. There's no talk about a gun. Where did this bullet come from? When did he die? When did Brian die? Who was gun? Self-checkout? No, if there was a self-checkout, the gun would be around here somewhere. Right? I don't see any gun around here. The box? This? Bad Owl? I don't think this is a gun case, a gun case, because gun cases would have locks on them for security. I don't think so. I think it's just a musical instrument, like this box here, and then like the guitar case. Can you check the door? Nothing here. Basketball hoop? Instrument pedals or something? Yeah, maybe it's for this thing. I don't know. I don't think it's the gun. I don't think it's the gun case. I think it's probably for the amp, like cables for the amp. Remember the trope where people keep guns inside a violin case? Despite my investment, must be enjoying the vodka for the remainder. NA, thank you for stopping by. Get some good eats and good sleeps. Thank you for the super as well. I'm missing something. I'm overlooking a detail. There's one thing that will connect it, and I'm missing it. I don't know what it is. It's like one piece of evidence. I need one. I'm starting to think there's no gun. Brian. Grace. Is that supposed to be liquid inside the cup? Yeah, that's supposed to be liquid inside the cup. Jack. That's empty. Jack said he finished his drink and left, right? His cup is almost full, or halfway full. Eric, cup is empty. Andrew, cup is empty. After I finished my drink, I left the apartment. Eric's is tipped though. Yeah, but like this is what a cup looks like when it's empty. You can see the plastic on the bottom, right? Jack's cup is not empty. There's liquid in it. Did Grace not have a cup? Grace had a cup, and she did drink a lot. It's empty. Do you know someone else's cup is empty? Mine. Oh my god, I could go for a drink right now. Lisa. Lisa also drank a bit, but it looks like it's water. Like it's blue. It might be color theory, but I think it's water. Like Lisa did say she drank though. For the son who avoided chores at the plague. Do not put raw eggs in the microwave. Do not put anything. Wash your hands before prepping raw meat. Do not use bleach on any colored clothes. Clean your room once a week and you'll be living in filth. No, nothing specific there. Good solid metal. Pizza book. Traveling. I'm missing something. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I'm missing a piece of evidence. Is there anything else besides the interrogations in your menu? We have the controls, the exam questions, and then just these interviews. A group of teenagers were brought in for questioning regarding a murder that took place at a party held in apartment 403. Some of their stories did not match up and no one has admitted to anything. Why is there a bullet there? That's That's the thing that's throwing me off. Why is there a bullet? Oh my god. I knew I was missing some evidence. I didn't look at the bag all the way through. That's right. I opened the bag. I'm like, tennis, Lisa. Got it. Hey, I know we're becoming better friends than we have been. I just feel like I owe it to myself to get this out. Christy, I do have feelings for you, and I'm really nervous to tell you this. And by this, I'm not asking you to return these feelings, nor am I asking you to be anything more than you have been to. Did Grace see that? The drummer. The drummer. Dude, you can't just bail. I'm really sorry, something came up. We can't practice without a drummer, and you're the only one who knows how to play drums. Do you know how important this gig is? Jester 578 is Andrew. Jester 578 is Andrew. I arrived at the same time as Lisa and everyone else, so I don't know what happened if the others arrived. I don't know. I thought you have all the answers. It's after midnight. I'm tired, so I gotta go. I was puking, then I woke up Eric. Where was Jack? I don't know. No one saw us the rest of the night. You were the one who brought the drinks to the party. None of my friends did what you're suggesting. Andrew showed up last at the party, according to Eric. Jester. Hey, have you heard from Christy? She hasn't been to school in a few days and she's not picking up. Haven't you heard? Casey told me she was sexually assaulted by someone. Please tell me they caught this. Andrew would have had the motive. The rumor going around saying that Christy was sexually assaulted by someone. So while everyone was passed out, Andrew was here, puking up his guts, comes over here, talks to Eric, and is like, hey, what's going on? Wakes up Eric by pouring water on him. Eric wakes up and goes, right? He comes over here, notices Brian's door is still locked. Eric, having taken the spare key, says like, oh shit, let's double check on Eric, and then checks in on Eric, right? Use the spare key to unlock the door. They see Eric passed out, and he's like, Eric must have been passed out, right? Brian's passed out. Eric leaves. Andrew stays and decides, since Brian is passed out, let me go check in on what's going on. Sees this. Sees the notice of suspension and sees the sexual harassment of another student. On May 26, a student reported that Brian Olsen had sexually assaulted her. Andrew, at this point, remember, at this point, it's the 31st, the Saturday during the party, right? The night before, he messages Lisa and says, hey, have you heard from Christy on the 30th? And says she hasn't been to school and she's not picking up. And then she says, Casey told me she was sexually assaulted by someone. So he's pissed. He wants to find out who the person is that sexually assaulted. Sees this in Brian's room the next day. And for Andrew, it clicks and says, oh, it's Brian who did that. And then kills him. So this isn't a face down body outline. This is a face up body outline. Andrew fires the gun into Brian's chest, hits him in the heart, and then he bleeds out and dies. Then they work together with Eric and say, you can't tell anyone about this. The cover story being, well, Andrew is underage, so he doesn't want to call the cops because if he called the cops, then he's gonna get in trouble, right? But why would they put underage purchase of alcohol over a murder? Why would they be deliberating for 2 hours, right? And of course, they're not going to tell Lisa because Brian is Lisa's brother. So when Lisa wakes up, turns over, she sees this. It's not his dead body, it's his bleeding corpse. They spent the 2 hours getting their story straight. Where's the gun though? I don't know. Eric or Andrew must maybe has taken it. No, it's not these. Baseball bat. Drumsticks. No, tennis racket, sorry, not baseball bat. Probably still with Andrew. Nothing here. There's nothing that indicates that Andrew would have brought a gun with him, right? No other details? Nothing here. Most have been disposed of within a time frame. Remember, the goal isn't to find the murder weapon. No, it's not. But, okay. Who died? Brian Olsen died. Who was the second last to arrive? Lisa. Right? Wait, why are there some of the letters being capitalized? Lisa. Because Andrew arrived last. Lisa Olsen. Wait, Olsen with an E or an Olsen with an O? Olsen with an O. Okay. Who died? Brian Olsen was killed. Who was the second last to arrive? Lisa Olsen showed up last, or second last, because Andrew showed up last. Who is the owner of the sports bag? Andrew. Do we have a last name for Andrew? Just Andrew. Anything in here? No. Interview? Interview, Andrew. Nothing of a last name, so I think we can just enter Andrew for the exam question and then have to be correct. Who is the killer? I think it's gotta be Andrew, right? Because he would be the only one that would have the motive. Because the girl that he likes, there are rumors going around that she was sexually assaulted. He doesn't know, but he's pissed. He goes to the party, and then he comes across that notice of suspension, alleging that Brian was the one. So he would be the only one that has the motives, right? The police would have checked him. He had to hide it, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, he had 2 hours to get rid of it. So I think let's go with this. Now that we know that Andrew had a thing for Christy, let's go with this for now. Three out of four. Three out of four? Wait, then which one is the Eric? Eric? Maybe. Wait. Eric? Maybe? Are they working together? Why? Because they're best friends and Andrew. What does Eric say? No. Oh no, it was Jack saying Brian is more of Eric's friend than mine. Okay. Andrew. But we know the owner of the blue sports bag is Andrew because the drumsticks are in here and Andrew's the drummer. Is Andrew also a tennis player? I think it's whoever related second to last. Lisa? Was it not Lisa? Testimony, Eric. Oh, wait, I'm an idiot. It was Eric. He says it. I was the fourth to arrive. Wait, no. Wait, hold on. See, okay. I was fourth to arrive. Brian, Grace, Jack were there. Then Eric shows up, Lisa, and then Andrew. That's why I said Lisa. No. Hold on. No, I was right. Okay, Brian, he's already at the home. Okay, he's setting up for the party. Grace and Jack arrive at the same time. Then it's Eric. Grace and Jack, then Eric. And then he says, I was super glad when Lisa arrived. And then Andrew shows up last. See? Okay. No, I was right. Lisa is the second last to show up. Lisa arrived after Eric, yes. So in order, Brian, Grace, Jack, Eric, Lisa, Andrew. The question asks, who was the second last to arrive? It would be Lisa. Lisa would be the last one to show up. Okay, so Brian is... This is correct. Owner of the sports bag? Perhaps this one is wrong? Owner of the sports bag? Snare line. This is drums. Lead vocals. This is the lead vocals, which Andrew doesn't need as the drummer. Instead, he needs the drum line for lead vocals. This is why his is this. He's following along what the lead vocals will be, but he's using this as the drummer. Quarter note hats, add crashes, add extra hats. Yeah, this is his notes, his part as the drummer for this one. And then this is scribbled on the back of this. So who is the killer? There'd been, it wouldn't be Grace, right? Messenger, private chat with Grace. Grace, no, nothing about Grace. Casey, Lillian. They don't mention anything about. Why would Grace kill Brian? They're together. Babe, what am I looking at? Is this true? I bet you it was Christy. Think of the same. I swear I'm gonna kill her next time I see her. Don't make this one. Just talk to her. Only she can make it go away. Wait, calm down. Don't make this worse than it is. Just talk to her. Only she can make it go away. Talk to her? Put in another name and say the answer is wrong. I don't want to do that because I don't want to brute force it. I want to know exactly why someone is killing someone else, you know? Jack, I think he's Christy's brother? Wait, what was Jack's username again? Gamer Boy. I can come over after 5 if that's cool. I'll be at my dad's store till then. Will your dad be willing to sponsor our next skit? I can ask. This is on the 22nd though. Reasons 1, she's Christy. 2, see reason 1. See reason 1. Okay, on the 25th. Hey guys, we need to practice. Can we meet up this Tuesday? Gamer Boy, I can't do Tuesday either. I agreed to help my dad at a store. 25th. Can't do it here. Yeah, Jack is the... What is Jack up to? What about Thursday? Thursday, fine with me. Thursday, same here. Okay, grad party. Gamer Boy, why can't we all just go to the arcade? Chugging a whole bottle of Cordia Light is fun for you? Someone needs to watch out for Eric, party pooper, you part lover, blah 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 blah. Jack and Andrew would have the motive to kill, but Jack, could you describe your relationship with Brian? He's more of Eric's friend than mine. Eric and I have known each other since elementary school. Introduced me to Brian in high school. We started playing together. I was working most of the day, eventually left to head to Brian's place, bumped into Grace at the lottery, both went out together. Around 6:45, no one saw no one there. I remember Grace being pretty obnoxious. Why did you leave? I mentioned to the other officer Brian was smoking heavily and I can't stand the smell of it. I went to go back home. Was anyone with you? No, not even them at the front desk. Jack doesn't mention Christy at all. Yeah. And then Andrew doesn't say anything about Christy either. Where was Jack? I don't know. None of us saw him for the rest of the night. I think Gracie just has a grudge against Christy and wants to incriminate for killing Brian. I think she's just pissed off at Christy. I don't think she actually wants to frame Christy for the murder, but I, Christy was long gone. True, but I don't know when he died. When did Brian die? When did the gunshot happen? How did they not hear it? Okay. Owner of the blue sports bag. Okay. These two are correct. Brian died. Lisa was the second last to arrive. One of these two is incorrect. Andrew would have the motive, but would he be the killer? Didn't the clock say after midnight? No. It's around 8 p.m. And that's the only clock I think we have in the house. VCR? No. What would Andrew's motive be again? So, assuming this bag is Andrew's, as the drummer, he has feelings for Christy, and he wants to write out to you, but he's like, Christy, I do have feelings for you. I'm really nervous to tell you this, and by this, I'm not asking you to return these feelings, nor am I asking to be anything more than you have been to, blah blah blah. Right? So he likes Christy. That we can confirm that with his, assuming this is his bag, right? As the drummer, there has been a rumor going around in school because Christy hasn't been showing up, saying that Christy was sexually assaulted. And Andrew is saying, where's Christy? Have you seen her? And then Lisa goes, Casey told me that she was sexually assaulted by someone, which is why he's pissed off, because the girl that he likes, rumors has it that she was sexually assaulted, you know? Andrew liked Christy, and he found out that he checked in on Byron and found the facts. Yes, because after the party, Eric had the key to open the door, and then they saw Brian passed out, and then Andrew saw this, saying that Brian is being suspended for sexually assaulting another student. Yeah, sexually assaulted her. So May 26th being around the same time when Christy stopped showing up to school, Andrew is assuming Brian was the one who sexually assaulted the girl that he liked, and as revenge, killed him. So he has the motive. But this only works if the blue sports bag is Andrew's and he is the killer. But one of these is wrong. I think Andrew's motive is that he covers for Eric. How do you have a gun? I don't know. There's no evidence. There's no information for the gun. This makes sense. Who is the owner of the blue sports bag? Andrew. Who is the killer? I think it's gotta be someone else. It's not Andrew. Andrew didn't do the killing. In theory, he never left. Probably means the killer took the gun with them. We know the gun is 9mm. Yeah, it's a handgun. What does it say? Wilder? 9mm. No one heard the gun? No. Why do you think Eric had the keys? Because by the time that Lisa showed up, there were only 4 people who let's see. Okay, so the reason why I think Eric took the key was because in order we have Brian, who is at home setting up for the party. Grace and Jack show up at around the same time, and then Eric arrives shortly after Grace and Jack. Lisa arrives second last after Eric, and according to Lisa's testimony, Lisa says that the key was already gone. So it says over here, how did you get into the apartment? It was already open. Most of them were already inside. Do you keep a spare key? Yes, we keep a spare key on the kitchen wall, but it was missing. Someone must have taken it. Can you recall exactly when you noticed the spare key went missing? I checked as soon as I came back. It was already gone, which means only 4 people could have taken it. It would make no sense for Brian to take the spare key because Brian had his own keys in here. That rules him out. There's Grace, who may have taken the spare key, Jack, and then Eric. The fact that the spare keys are still here inside the door means that Jack couldn't have taken it because he left the party, which only leaves Grace and Eric to be the last people who had the key. As far as we know, Grace claims to have been knocked out the entire time and only woke up when the cops got around. So if she had the key on her person, unless the other boys like searched through her pockets to find the spare key for some reason, there would be no facts pointing to Grace having taken the key, which leads to only one person who had the opportunity to take the key, Eric. Christy gave it to Jack when she left, maybe? Jack wasn't close with Brian. Why go drink with him? Because it was just a graduation party, but he just hung out there because Eric and Andrew were already there. I feel like that Brian would have left the door open if Grace knocked since they were dating. I don't think it's Grace either. But Jack is lying, right? Jack has a lot of inconsistencies. We have another set of missing keys, Lisa's set. Lisa's set of missing keys is gone because she left it at her friend's place. You said you lost your key. I was coming back from her friend's house, must have accidentally left it there. So that's why she was looking for the spare keys, because she had lost her set. Eric maybe opened the door, but Lisa committed the crime? Lisa committed the crime. There is a photo with Lisa and a rifle. I'm just saying. If she found out her brother had the allegations, would she? It doesn't make sense, because over here in the interview on June 1st, it says, "Are you aware of the allegations toward him?" Huh? What allegations? She doesn't know about the allegations. So it wouldn't be that she discovers her brother was allegedly sexually assaulting another student and then goes like, "Oh, farewell, brother." Bang. It's not her. It's not her. Is it her gun? Could it be her gun? Like, did they rummage through and then find her gun? Because no idea. I feel like I'm still missing something. Lisa doesn't believe the allegations. Yeah, because she thinks, according to this, yeah, it's Casey. Like, "Oh, Casey, Christy's been sexually assaulted," and then she's like, "You better be joking. What's the school doing about it?" Hopefully nothing. You know how it is. She's such a drama queen. Like, you're lucky to have your brother. What's that supposed to mean? He's a big guy. Even guys are intimidated. Perfect creep deterrent. So yeah, she just thinks it's rumors. Back to the backpacks. Is there anything in the hallway or the elevator? Like, did they drop the keys or something? I don't think it'll be on the outside. The gamers don't look up. Anything in the wall? Anything in the ceiling? They're not like, bang, and then they run down. They're like, haha, yeehaw, bang, bang, shooting in the sky and everything. They're not gonna do that, right? No. Dream Braid, hello Dream, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Hope you're having a great day. Back to the backpack. Darts. Jack can't stand smoke. Yeah, Jack left, that's why. I don't think the murder weapon was a gun. Could there be anything behind the dartboard? I don't think I can get to that point. Oh, I can like glitch myself around here, but oh shoot. Okay, since we can't leave this corner that we're stuck in now, we have all the information we need to solve the case here in this corner. God, as soon as I said I can glitch myself behind it, and now I can't glitch myself back. Okay, chat, we have everything we need to solve, all the information we've already seen before. Now let's put our brains together and think about it, okay? Can I get it wiggle? Oh my god. Okay. Out of all the attendees, has any of them shown violent behaviors or tendencies? Violent? Not really. Well, actually, Andrew has been suspended a few times for getting into fights. Can you recall the last time he got into a fight? Last week, actually. He and this other guy were fighting over a girl. Last week, he and this other guy were fighting over a girl. He and this... Who's the other guy? It's not Brian. Brian's together with Gracie, remember? Who is this other guy that they're fighting over? Who is this other guy that they were having? Wait. Ah, shoot. I thought I could like... No, I can't. Wait, hold up. Drums. Main vocals. Drums. And then this. Hang on, I'm gonna restart so I can walk around again. Andrew has the motive, but he's not the killer. The bag does belong to Andrew. Someone else was the killer. It can't have been Grace. The only two other people who could have been the killer were Eric and Lisa. There's no reason for Lisa to kill her own brother because she wasn't even aware of the allegations. Andrew and Zane could have been fighting over a recommendation for tennis captain too. Yeah. There's no reason why Eric would kill. Wait, Eric's testimony. Are you in the band? Grace was drinking a lot. I'm not sure how drunk I was. Jack and Brian were arguing for a bit, pretty heated, but Brian left himself. I called 911, discovered the body after 2 hours. Andrew was completely against it. Something about underage drinking and him getting in more trouble than the rest of us. Something about underage drinking and him getting into trouble. Something about him getting in. Wait, what? Something about underage drinking. All of them were underage drinking, and him getting in more trouble than the rest of us. I know he's a little dumb at times, but trust me, he didn't do this. I was drinking heavily. Does he know? is the purchase? I must have passed out because the next moment I remember Andrew was waking me up and pouring water on my face. Lisa tells me I had a big argument with Brian last week. He was on my case about interrupting rehearsals with my mistakes. There's no way I'd kill him over something like that. Over something like that. There's no way I'd kill him. Oh, excuse me. I've been like inhaling a whole bunch of air. Maybe Grace and Brian had a fight? Maybe... Brian, Grace, and Jack were already there. I must have missed something because Grace's attitude was off the entire time. Maybe Grace and Brian had a fight. I have no idea. Grace usually doesn't drink that much, but that night she was chugging as if there was no tomorrow. Was chugging as if there was no tomorrow. Christy is 100% guilty. She's been trying to get between Brian and I ever since we got together. She can't stomach that he chose me and not her. Wait. Hold up. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is Jack Christie's sister? We don't have that information. Okay. When was the first time we heard... Okay. On the 29th, I don't know if you heard, but word is going around that Christy was sexually assaulted by someone at school. She hasn't been to school in a few days. This is when the rumors started spreading. Hopefully it's nothing. You know how she is. She's such a drama queen. Okay, so the rumors got to Lisa on the 29th. 5/29. 5/29. The rumors got to Lisa on the 30th, 5:30. Lisa tells Andrew. On the 22nd, guess who I saw trying to walk home with Christy today? You're definitely overreacting. I'm telling you, he's 100% into Christy. Bet you that's the only reason he joined the tennis club. If he is, thank God he did. He's one of our best players. He's gonna have a tough time getting through her brothers. I know all of them. They're pretty nice guys. 22nd, 5/22. A week before Andrew joins the tennis club. Okay. What if... Wait. Hold up. Group chat. Andrew, Jester, as you all know, a few of us are going to be graduating. A few of us are going to be graduating. Not all of us. A few of us. Wait. Hold up. They're all doing that. Okay. Jester. Okay. Can't just bail. Something sorry. I'm really sorry something came up. 29th. The rumor starts spreading then, right? On the 29th, the rumors get to Lisa. Did Andrew hear something at this time? Do you know how important this gig is? These don't have to be... Wait. Hold up. Dear Mr. and Mrs. Carter, your student schedule can be found in the portal, blah, blah, blah. Course number, name, once assigned. The program offers students option of earning credits and beginning the school year in line to graduate with their class. Please note that the student's summer grade does not replace any failing grade earned during the regular school year. The summer course allows your student to earn credit to meet specific graduation requirements. Carter. Yeah, Christy's name is Carter. Christy's last name is Carter. We don't specify, it doesn't specify that Jack's last name is Carter. It just says suspect number 2, Jack. Right? I'm more of Eric's friend, elementary, introduced to high school, was drinking, and then he left, right? But it says over, okay, so we know Jack is 17. He's not graduating yet. That's why it says a few of us are going to be graduating. Is this Jax? There's no information. Does it say? I don't think it would say. Oh, it says replica. It just the model says replica. Okay. Other than Jax, someone would not be graduating. He doesn't smoke because he has asthma. That's why he left. It's an inhaler. He's taking classes so that he can graduate on time with his class. He left because he didn't... Why would he leave his bag here, though? What's that? I can't move the camera. It's just this. I don't see anything else. I can't like move the camera around. It's just this zoom in and that's all I see. There's nothing else inside this bag. It's just these two things. I would never leave that behind if you would never leave it behind if you have asthma. Probably the only one sober enough, probably because he didn't finish his drink. Why is her bag there? I think this is... This must be Jax then. He doesn't like the smell of cigarettes because he has asthma. And that would give him a a motive because he thinks his sister was sexually assaulted. So if that is... Where the hell does the gun come from? Okay, so Jack... If that bag does belong to Jack. Because Christy left at the beginning. It wouldn't be Christy's bag. She wasn't even there. She showed up at the very beginning and then left. Jack would never... It would make sense that Jack never mentioned his sister being over at the house. Because he's trying to cover for her. I bumped into Grace at the lobby and we both went up together. Grace says, we arrived at the apartment at the same time as Jack. We got out of the elevator just in time to see Christy leave the apartment and run off. Why the hell was she even there? No one other than the guy at the front desk. Why would Christy be here? Why would Christy be here? And then Christy says she was never there. Yeah. What was it? Did you go see Brian on the 31st of May? No. Any physical contact? No. When was the last time you spoke? A week and a half ago. Are you aware that Brian Olsen is dead? Are you serious? Where were you on the night of the 31st? I was at home. Were they in on it together? Were they in on it together? Okay, so the allegation is... I don't know. Okay, we're keeping it separate. Allegation, notice of suspension, and then the rumors, right? Jack hears about it and thinks that his sister has been sexually assaulted. As far as, like, is this a lie? Is Christy lying? Because if she was the one who actually were sexually assaulted, you wouldn't just say, like, oh, physical contact? No. When was the last time? A week and a half ago? Like, she's just so casual about it. Drama queen? But why would Christy... Okay, so wait. If we can trust Grace, if we can believe Grace when she says that Lisa has been trying to get between Brian and I ever since we got together, right? So Christy wanted to get with Brian, who is currently in a relationship with Grace. This would explain her sudden shock when she is told that Brian is dead. The allegation... The false accusation got way out of hand. Yeah, right? So Christy makes a false allegation claim at Brian, right? Okay, Christy makes a false allegation claim at Brian. Brian then shares that information with Grace, and she goes like, is this true? And Brian's like, obviously not. Like, if it were true, why would I share this with you? And then Grace is like, oh, it's probably Christy, right? Christy's brother, Jack, isn't aware that the allegations are fake, that they're made up, that Christy is doing it to try to break apart Brian and Grace, right? He sees it as an actual, this really happened. Then he goes he goes here to the party, and then I'm I don't think the murder was premeditated. I think Christy stole the keys, Jack found them and believed her lies. Christy could have stolen the keys at the very beginning. Like, Christy was there with Brian? Gave the keys to Jack. Jack hung around, got in a fight with Brian. Brian goes inside his room and locks up. We don't know if Jack ever saw the inside of Brian's room, nor the note. But then he leaves once Brian starts smoking. After they all pass out, comes back with the keys. Opens the door using the spare keys. And then kills Brian. Thinking that the allegation, seeing this, thinks that he actually did assault his sister, kills Brian, and then closes the door and leaves. And then the others wake up and find that scene. Jack could have had time to bring a gun since he left early. He comes back with the keys and a gun. That's the thing, though. We're jumping to conclusions here about the gun. Where did the gun come from? Summer school. This is nothing about guns. Nothing about... Was it Lisa's gun? We don't know if Lisa has a gun. I don't think it matters where the gun came from. I need to know. I have to understand the story. Who was the killer? Jack Carter. Okay. Only one that could hide a weapon of the people that were there. He's the only one that left, you know? So... I think it has... It's the only thing that makes sense now, if it's not Andrew who was the killer. Okay, let's find out. Oh my god. It was Jack. So the gun not being there was Jack left early, came back, shot him, went, and then just left. No one corroborated. Maybe that's why when he saw Christy there, he was getting frustrated. Like, hey, there's a rumor going around that my sister was sexually assaulted, and why did I see her at your place? Right? Done with the case file. Okay, let's look at the case. The report. Post-case material. Break-in. Brenda's medical report. October 12, 2003. Medical report for Brenda Peterson. I'm writing to provide a medical update on Brenda Peterson, the patient who presented herself at our clinic earlier yesterday. Miss Peterson's face exhibited severe bruising and significant damage, indicating a traumatic incident. Notably, this marks the second time she has sought medical attention for similar injuries within the past month. During her previous visit, it was reported that Miss Peterson had fallen downstairs, but the nature and extent of her injuries on both occasions raised concerns about the consistency of these explanations. Wait. October 12th. This is much afterwards. The restraining order against her husband was February. Greta's diary, the 6th, 7th. This is before the divorce, isn't it? Upon examination, it became evident that Miss Peterson required immediate attention to manage the pain and discomfort resulting in her injury. Consequently, we have prescribed stronger dose of painkillers to provide more effective relief. Given the pattern observed in her medical history, it is imperative to consider alternative explanations for her injuries and to ensure appropriate measures are taken to address any potential risk to her well-being. I love that they caught it. They're like, yeah, there's a pattern here and something else is going on. In light of these concerns, we strongly recommend a comprehensive assessment of Ms. Peterson's situation, involving collaboration with relevant agencies such as social services and law enforcement. Man. This approach aims to ensure her safety, address any potential underlying issues contributing to her injuries, and prevent further harm. Please feel free to contact our office if you have any additional questions or if further discussion on Ms. Peterson's case is necessary. That's a professional way to say that they suspect some shit's going on. Oh, man. Carol's diary. Entry 1. Today was an unexpected turn of events. I met Ronnie for the first time at the coffee shop where I work. His warm smile and the way his eyes lit up when he ordered his usual black coffee caught me off guard. We chatted briefly, and I couldn't help but feel a spark. Ronnie took me out for the first time tonight. We went to this crazy little bistro downtown. Conversation flowed effortlessly, and I found myself getting lost in his stories. He has this magnetic charm that's hard to resist. It felt like the world disappeared, and it was just the two of us. Ronnie and I went on another date, and I was pleasantly surprised by how well it went. We went to this cute little Italian restaurant he had discovered, and the food was amazing. As we talked, I found myself more and more drawn to him. His personality and humor made me feel at ease when we were able to have genuine conversations about our interests and life experiences. It's been a long time since I felt such a strong connection with someone. I'm excited to see where this could lead, but I also know that it's important to take things slow and enjoy the moments we share. For now, I'm just looking forward to getting to know Ronnie even more. Ronnie is married. I stumbled upon his wedding ring accidentally and my heart sank. How did I not see this coming? The guilt is eating at me, but at the same time, I can't ignore the feelings I have developed. What have I gotten myself into? Oh my god. It's turning out exactly like we thought it was. Ronnie confided in me today about the problems in his marriage, the therapy tapes. He shared the struggles and the growing distance between him and his spouse. I find myself torn between sympathy and guilt. I never intended to become entangled in someone else's marital issues. I'm left questioning the path I've chosen. Ronnie dropped a bombshell on me today. He's contemplating getting a divorce. The lawyer business card, that's what it was for. My emotions are all over the place. Part of me is hopeful, but another part is filled with uncertainty. Can he really leave his marriage for me? Is this just wishful thinking? I need to tread carefully. I just found out I'm pregnant. Case material. Skyline News front page. A city in shock. Promising teenager's life cut short in party shooting incident. What began as a bond forged in the hallways and classrooms has ended in heartbreak and sorrow. Authorities are still investigating the incident, but it has been reported that allegations against Mr. Olsen may have been exaggerated. As the story continues to unfold, the question of misguided information and its implications is brought to the forefront. As we grapple with the harsh reality of the situation, it becomes paramount to us to reflect on the moral implications of sharing false information. In an age where information can spread like wildfire, we must recognize the profound impact our words can have on the lives of others. This heartbreaking incident serves as a somber reminder that the choices we make, the words we utter, and the information we share carry profound consequences. It is our collective responsibility to exercise caution, empathy, and integrity in our interactions, understanding that the power of our words can either build bridges or lead to irreparable damage. In the face of this tragedy, let us take a moment to mourn the loss of a young man, and may this be a reminder to reflect on the importance of honesty, compassion, and the profound impact our actions can have on the lives of those around us. May we strive for a world where trust is upheld and where the weight of truth prevails over the darkness that falsehoods can cast upon us all. Man. It got him killed, and it got Brian killed, and then potentially her own brother is sent to jail. Jeez. If you were granted the power to pardon one of the perpetrators, who would you choose? Who was the perpetrator of Brenda? I don't think it's Brenda. I think it's saying Clyde? Brenda's was self-defense, but the perpetrator, the one who caused that to happen, was Clyde. He's dead now, but is that what they mean when they say perpetrators? Because I would definitely say Brenda, but I don't know what the game means. Brenda was the one labeled as a killer, though? No, it wasn't. They mean the killer. Okay, the killer of it. Okay. Yeah, in that case, it's Brenda. Clearly for self-defense. The victim was the ex-husband. Yeah, but he shouldn't have tried to do anything sketchy. Man. Case file report. For the break-in. At approximately 11 p.m. July 16, 2004, Clyde Peterson broke into an apartment. The apartment is currently being rented by his ex-wife, Brenda Peterson, who is known as Brenda Sherman. Now known as Brenda Sherman. The noise that Clyde made when he knocked over the planter woke up the sleeping baby. The baby's crying alerted Brenda, who was resting on the couch in the living room. The intruder tried to calm the baby before making his way to the next room. Brenda, having heard everything from the baby monitor, observed the intruder heading into her study room. She then quietly made her way to the safe inside her closet to retrieve her gun. Armed, she then confronted the intruder, who was desperately searching for something inside her study room. Upon opening the door to her study, she recognized the intruder, her ex-husband Clyde. While aiming the gun toward Clyde, she moved closer to the landline at her desk and tried to dial 911. Before she could finish, Clyde pulled out his own gun. A startled Brenda then fired a bullet at Clyde. He accidentally fired one shot, which hit the side of a shelf before he fell. Still alive, he tried to crawl away. Brenda walked up to Clyde, shot him in the head, and killed him. Wait, we got that scenario perfectly. No, it was perfect. She was watching the TV with the baby monitor, heard it happening. The guy stood over by the desk and tried to calm the baby who was crying, went over to the room. She snuck into the other room, into the closet to get the gun out, and then they confronted. And I knew she wasn't going to shoot. She opened the door and be like, Clyde, what the hell are you doing here? They would have a verbal argument first. That was like, oh, man. technically she would fail the self-defense argument because she shot again. The first shot was self-defense. The second one was just personal. All right. Apartment 402, the dinner party. On April 24, 2002, at approximately 7 p.m., Jessica and her husband Ronnie hosted a small dinner gathering celebrating Jessica's birthday. Carol, Victor, and James were the guests. However, James didn't end up showing up. Unbeknownst to the rest, Ronnie had an affair with Carol. Through the affair, Carol ended up being pregnant with Ronnie's child. Ronnie started having second thoughts about the affair and intended to have the baby aborted. Carol, fearing losing Ronnie, decided to take action against the other person in the equation, Jessica. During the gathering, Carol had brought a dose of lethal medication. She poisoned her cup, and when no one was looking, she switched her cup with Jessica's. Jessica drank from the lethal medication and succumbed to the poison. What? Carol, fearful of losing Ronnie, decided to take action against Jessica. Carol... She poisoned her cup, and when no one was looking, she switched her cup with Jessica's. How the hell were we supposed to... What? Wait, how the hell were we supposed to know that they switched the cups? That explains the lipstick mark? Yeah, because Carol's lipstick doesn't smear. Jessica's does. But... switch on the one, but not who was the victim. The lipstick. Why need to switch them? Yeah, that's the thing. Why switch? What was the point of switching? Carol's lipstick did not stain. Carol's glass had no lipstick stain marks. Jessica's did. Why not just poison Jessica's? Why'd you have, like, when no one was looking? Why'd you have to switch? Why not just poison it when no one was looking? Carol was making a little extra at the time. Leonard, thanks for stopping by. Get some good eats and good sleeps. Because it was Carol's cup. It was Carol's cup on the left despite not being left-handed. I'm so confused. I don't think so. Easier to poison your own drink, but then how do you swap it with someone else's? You know, that's the thing. Because adding something to another glass could be sus, but they weren't looking. They would not know. I guess you did it for a little flair. You know? What was it, like the Sicilian... like never get in the battle of wits with a Sicilian because you just switch the point, whatever. I don't know what it is from the Princess Diaries, but man, okay, let the killer be a little extra fine. Okay, the last one, celebration, a classic blunder. On May 31st, 2003, at approximately 7 p.m., 6 friends, Andrew, Brian, Eric, Grace, Jack, and Lisa, gathered at an apartment to celebrate their graduation from high school. Brian and Lisa, brother and sister, are current tenants of the apartment. Brian is currently dating Grace, and Jack has an older sister named Christy who has feelings for Brian. Prior to the events of June 1st, Brian had a false yet damning allegation thrown towards him. In a fit of jealousy and to stir up drama, Christy alleged that Brian had sexually assaulted her on school grounds. This allegation caused Brian to be suspended from the school while the faculty and authority investigated the matter. Unaware of the allegations being false, Jack pledged to take matters into his own hands. For the day of the celebration, Brian had arrived at the apartment first. Christy stopped by the apartment before anyone else arrived to talk to Brian privately. Christy eventually left, and soon after, everyone else arrived. Grace and Brian had an argument, which prompted Brian to retreat to his room. Brian opened a pack of cigarettes and smoked a few. Jack had left the apartment due to being sensitive to smoking. Jack returned to find everyone wasted and knocked out. Jack took the opportunity to confront Brian, who was still in his room at the time. After a brief confrontation, Jack shot Brian. Stunned at what he had just done, Jack ran out of the apartment. So Jack did take the spare key, and then he brought it back with the gun to shoot him. Man. Where did the gun come from? I think Jack just had it. Man. Premeditated? Absolutely. Absolutely. Because he... Yeah. I wonder what Christy thinks. Should Jack be pardoned? He killed Brian under the assumption that Brian was the one who sexually assaulted his sister. He was doing it because he was doing it out of revenge, thinking that he was revenging his sister. No? I bet she's feeling guilty about this. Yeah, she's feeling like crap. But Jack was doing this because he thought that he was protecting her sister over it, getting revenge on the guy who sexually assaulted his sister. He shouldn't have acted upon it without knowing the full details. There would be no way for Christy to be like, look, there wouldn't be a way for Christy to be like, oh yeah, bro, by the way, that whole thing is made up, haha. You know, like, Christy would never have told Jack that. You can't kill people for revenge. Killing people in self-defense, yes, but the second shot, the second shot. Well, I'm sure you could excuse the second shot. Like, the guy is 6'5". He towers over Brenda. And yeah, he got shot, but like it wasn't because argument happened. Wait, he got confronted upon recognizing the intruder, aiming the gun towards Clyde, moved closer. Clyde pulled out his own gun. Yeah, so Clyde pulls out his gun, Brenda fires, and then he accidentally fires another shot. Still alive, he tried to crawl away. Okay, if he's crawling away, that's a little harder to defend the second shot. It's not like he got shot, fell down on the ground, still brandishing the gun, aimed it at Brenda and be like, oh, you blah, 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 right? Like, he's not brandishing the gun he dropped the gun by that point and it was actively crawling away. Okay. He wasn't a danger at that point. Do you have to pardon anyone? It forces me to pick one. If I had to pardon someone, I had to pick Brenda. I would pardon her for the second shot. First shot, no worries, self-defense, right? Second shot, that would be the one that I would pardon for. The dinner party, Carol, what the hell, Carol? Okay, no, absolutely not. Okay, that's not, you can't forgive that. Emotionally, I can understand Jack, but like legally, that's still murder. You know, like I can, like it's like when you go, like what was the story? There was a case about a guy who suffocated his parent. I say parent. He's like a middle-aged guy who suffocated his like elderly parent because his parent was a patient in a hospital and suffering, and he didn't want them to suffer anymore. So he suffocates them with a pillow so that they wouldn't be in pain anymore. And the court still finds him guilty of murder because that's not how you do it, right? Like, I can understand emotionally why someone would take those actions, but like legally, it's still murder, you know? Christy should go to jail. Jail. False accusations. I can't think of a circumstance when someone made false allegations at a false accusation. You can only get them for like libel and slander for things that are written and typed and published. Defamation, maybe, but it's not like a jail thing. Those are like civil. It's not criminal, you know? Like, she get hit with a fine. I don't know if she would serve jail time for this. It is a thing. It's not criminal. It would be civil, you know? Unintentional murder? Well, no, that's the thing. I don't think any... Well, okay. How far can you take felony murder? How far can you... Wait, okay. What's the boundaries on felony murder again? Like... The thing is... like, that kind of a murder would be like if you rob a bank and then the cops, you're like armed robbery and you're shooting a bank, right? And then the cops fire a gun and they miss you and the cop hits someone else and then they die. You as the robber can still be liable for that murder because you're the one that caused that chain of events to happen, right? Like that's, but like, can you say that because Christie put out a false sexual assault allegation a week ago, that it caused this chain of event where Jack was going to kill Brian? How far could you stretch that? I don't know if you can stretch it that far. It's been a while since I've studied that. Because it's not a thing that you would have known. Christie would not have known that causing that action would have caused a chain of events where it would be likely for Jack to kill Brian. You know, like in an armed robbery and you're shooting around and guns and the police are firing back at you. Yeah, like that makes sense, right? But like, I don't know if Christie could have foreseen that to have been part of like the chain of events. You know. A civil thing, yeah. How far can you say that she set him up? I'm not sure that far would work. You could make the argument, definitely, you know, but you know, whether or not it's accepted isn't your task as the lawyer. It's the judges and the jury if it's criminal, you know. So like, you could make the argument. I don't know how successful that would be. I don't think it would go criminal. Civil, perhaps, not criminal. I can't see it going criminal. Maybe if you push really hard for it, you know, like manslaughter. A week down the line on this tangential thing that, like, I don't know. Man. Defamation resulting in unlawful death? That's not a cause of action, though. There isn't a crime of defamation resulting in unlawful death. I don't think the courts can touch her. The court of public opinion will definitely have thoughts. But man, involuntary manslaughter? No. Depending on the... Wait, hold on. This is New York, right? Hang on. Let's double check. Let us go take it up. Okay. New York. Involuntary manslaughter. Involuntary manslaughter. What are your elements? Okay. Oops. New York homicide law, first degree abrogated, second degree manslaughter, vehicular homicide, vehicular manslaughter, the second degree abrogated, aggravated vehicular manslaughter, criminally negligent homicide. Okay, let's see, manslaughter. A person commits second-degree manslaughter when any of the following occurs. Their reckless or negligent behavior causes the death of another person. Oh. Their behavior or their action, their reckless, negligent behavior, reckless, negligent, definitely causes the death of another person. No, causing of a death of a person would be like you swerving and driving like a maniac on the highway, and then your behavior causes someone else to like panic and be like, oh shoot, there's a car swerving at me, and they swerve and they hit a tree and die. Like that would be causes. This was not, the death of Brian wasn't caused by Christie's. The death was caused by gunshot wound, but like, yeah, like that's the cause of death, right? But like, I'd be really hard to stretch, really hard to stretch. Okay, so probably not on that one. They commit an unjustified abortion on a female that results in her death. Okay, we're gonna skip that one. That doesn't matter. They aid or force another to commit suicide. That doesn't apply here either. So those three things, by the statute, those three things count as second-degree manslaughter. I don't know. Maybe the first one, if you push really hard. That one particularly, I don't think Christie's actions can result in any of those. Aggravating factors: if it causes the death of a peace officer or engaged in the course of the cops aren't involved in this one, so it doesn't matter. I don't know. That's really hard. That's really hard to push. Okay, wait. That the second one, the abortion was appealed in 2019. Okay, intentionally aids or causes another person to commit suicide isn't suicide as a murder. Manslaughter, second degree, is Class C felony. I don't think you can get it for manslaughter on this one. I don't think so. The murder was caused by Jack and his actions. Yeah, because Christie spreading that just did not directly cause the argument. Like, the argument that you would make there is that Jack's confrontation and altercation with Brian led to the fight. Yes, the reasons why he got into that argument were caused by Christie's fake allegations, but like, that contributes to why the fight took place. It doesn't there's no transitive property where it goes all the way over to fake allegation, dead Brian. It doesn't go all the way that far because it still has to go through Jack. It did give him motivation, yes, but the thing is, the allegation itself did not result in the death of Brian, right? It's Jack's action based on his information of that allegation which resulted in the dead Brian. Transitive allegation property: if A then B, then B then C, therefore A then C. I don't know. I don't know if we can go that far. Involuntary manslaughter. Okay, it can't be first degree because that requires premeditation, deliberation, all that fun stuff, right? Second degree, we just went through that. Technically, kind of not. Voluntary manslaughter? There's three things that you need for voluntary manslaughter. There's like the heat of passion one, where it's like, oh, I caught you cheating with my wife, and like, how dare you? There's that. There's like, wait, no, that's a defense to it. Okay. A defendant may have committed involuntary manslaughter if they caused a homicide due to severe provocation. There it is. Due to severe provocation. Like, you did something and I am so mad, I'm going to kill you now. They must have responded to the provocation in the heat of passion before they could calm down. The defendant must have experienced an intense emotional reaction. The provocation must have been something that could cause a reasonable person to experience that type of reaction. If the facts do not establish both prongs, defendant likely committed murder instead of manslaughter. Okay. Christie gets away with. Christie didn't do this, is a thing, right? A defendant may have committed voluntary manslaughter if they caused a homicide due to severe provocation. I don't think this works because it's not like Christie went up to Jack and said, Brian sexually assaulted me. And then Jack gets enraged, and in that heat of the moment, he decides to kill Brian. That didn't happen. She put out a allegation, and rumors spread around, and then a week later, they get into an argument, and because of the argument, Jack kills Brian. I don't think you can say that that Christie is guilty of voluntary manslaughter with that. Okay. Yeah, Christie wouldn't have known Jack would have acted like that, right? Like that week-long thing, and the fact that Jack heard about it through rumors, through through the grapevine, and not directly from Christie. I don't know. I don't think so. Supposedly, Jack bringing a gun with him does not help him either. Yes, the fact that Jack brought a gun is more likely to push for first-degree murder, because why would you bring a gun unless you were already planning on killing the person? First-degree murder, you guys know this one. It's really easy. It's homicide committed with premeditation and intent. He showed up. He had a gun. I heard you sexually assaulted my sister, gets into an altercation, pulls out the gun, shoots and kills him. That one seems pretty cut and dry, you know? But it was known her brothers were overprotective of her. Yes, but just having a reputation of being protective of your sister is not enough to say that the sister is guilty of voluntary manslaughter. Like that, there isn't an element in the statute or in like the law that says it also counts if your brothers are super protective of you and then they kill on your behalf. Like there isn't a part in the law that says that, you know. So going by what the law says, we have to go through the elements as they are written. And the elements for voluntary manslaughter say when someone kills another in the heat of passion caused by severe provocation, right? There isn't and also if they are siblings and someone does that to your sibling and you want to get revenge on them or whatever, like that isn't a part of it, right? Again, this is just trying to excuse Jack for his own actions. No. Jack is definitely guilty of first-degree murder. So, like, that's fine. It's whether or not Christie can be charged with anything. I mean, you can charge her with anything. Whether or not they'll actually get the sentence is a different thing, right? Or whether they'll be guilty of it is another thing, right? But, like, what crimes could Christie be guilty of? Like, probably civil stuff like defamation. But I don't know about the manslaughter part. You know? We're learning so much today. Why are people messy? Why are people messy like this? Okay, same for the second one. Carol, absolutely premeditated first-degree murder. Planned it, brought the stuff over, had all the intent to kill her, did the fancy extra switcheroo during the dinner. Like, yeah, that's first-degree murder. No way around that. If you fail to inspect something correctly, the later results in death. Wait, if you fail to inspect something and that later results in death, they get charged for murder, right? Then why not Christie? It doesn't. I mean, like, you can be charged for a tort for it's not, because if you, in that case, it would be like a tort, which again is not criminal, it's civil. You get hurt on like the store grounds, right? And then the store is liable for not having upkept, like, let's say the stairs are kind of broken, right? And people are like, hey, by the way, the stairs are broken, you got to repair that. And the store's like, no, don't care. And then someone goes up there, gets hurt, and then let's say they die, right? Like, yes, there is responsibility there because that property is owned by the store, but like, you can't really put that on this situation with Christy and say like, oh, because Christy put out this false allegation, she is then responsible for everything that happens following subsequent to that allegation that was put out there. That, like, that, what's the word? There's a word for that. Like that, I don't know, what was it again? Like that liability, the zone, the distance that liability goes, it doesn't go that far, you know? Can you be charged with indirect accessory to murder as an accessory to a crime? Possibly, but I don't think there was anything that suggests that she was an accessory. I think Jack just did this on his own. We don't have enough information because, if anything, Christy did not tell Jack at all about the allegations. Jack found out about this later. You know? Why are we blaming Christy here? She can't be responsible for her brother's final choice because she's the one that put it out there. But then again, that's court of public opinion, and that's just like, Christy, what the hell? You know, that'll finger wagging, that'll teach you to spread allegations. The boy that you loved is dead, and your brother's now going to jail for it. Yeah, I don't know. Reckless endangerment is more of a physical thing. Like, you need to be in the moment, in the area, in the, I think it's called the zone of danger. God, I remember. That reminds me. There's a thing called the zone of danger in like negligent infliction of emotional distress, right? But man, we tried so hard to get our torts professor to say danger zone instead of zone of danger, because the legal phrase is zone of danger, right? But danger zone sounds cooler, right? Like highway to the, you know, that kind of stuff, right? We tried so hard to get them to say danger zone instead of zone of danger. Man, I don't think anyone has ever like actually gotten their torts professor to say danger zone. You know, Tom Cruise shows up out of nowhere. Yeah. Probably weren't the first. Nah, I'm pretty sure many other students went through it, try to get their teachers to say danger zone. Okay. We got the fourth floor and missing. Next up is Bloodbath. But we'll be picking this up next week because it is 5 p.m. here and I have to go take my meds and eat food. And I've eaten nothing besides coffee. So I need to go get some dinner. Anyways, thank you all for stopping by. Let me go ahead and outro. Man, this stuff is good. I can't wait. I'm worried about the next one. Like, how long will the next one be? Will we be able to finish it in just a single stream? Sorry, I had to cough real bad there. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and outro so that we can send you guys off on a raid. Yeah. All right. First, Twitch. Let me send you guys over. Thank you all for stopping by on Twitch. We had a lot of raids today, so thank you to all the raiders. I don't know if you guys are still here or not, but if you guys are, thank you. Let's see. I'm gonna send you guys off on a raid to oh hey, oh no, they're just ending. Oh man, they're just about to end, so I can't send you there. Do you guys want shrimps? You guys want shrimp? I'm gonna send you to shrimp. Okay, Twitch, I'm gonna send you guys to shrimp. Raid shrimps. All right, and for YouTube, let me go ahead and get the, oh wait, where'd you guys go? Okay, yeah. All right, let me see who is streaming right now. If you're on Twitch, enjoy shrimps. I'm gonna send you to a shrimp live cam, 24/7 shrimp, all day, everyday shrimp. And for YouTube, I'm gonna send you guys over to Kuma Senpai, who's currently playing some Apex. Yeah, practicing for the ALGS. Nice. All right. Koyasumi, everyone, thank you again for giving me so much of your time. That was crazy. We will pick up more scene investigators next week. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Yeah. But keep your eyes out for it. Also, I think a few things are changing around with like the hot ones with the boys. And I think we're readjusting the time to the 25th or the 26th. I don't know which one. I'll go confirm with it. But yeah. Koyasumi, everyone. Koyasumi. Good night, and I'll see you all tomorrow.